A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
Welcome in, everybody, to round one of the Online Nations Cup, brought to you here in cooperation by FIDE and chess.com. International Master Danny Rensch getting set to preview what we have in store here as the players are anxiously awaiting takeoff. But before we get to the players, we bring on Grandmaster Robert Hess for the best chess commentary on the planet. I said it. There you go. And Robert, we've got a lot to talk about here over the next 10 minutes before the moves give us everything we need to focus on for the better part of 4 hours here. But just reminding everybody very quickly what they're tuning in for. The Online Nations Cup, what is it? It is an event of 24 of the world's best chess players representing 6 chess nations, so to speak. Not exactly. We have a Team Europe and a Team Rest of World, but overall these are 6 of what you would consider the best chess territories, if we're thinking about it in that sense. $180,000 in prizes makes it the richest ever online team chess event, and obviously one of the biggest events we've ever been lucky enough to hold here on chess.com. And it is the first event of its kind, an online chess Olympiad, if you will, an online chess all-star game, if you will. Robert, we're getting set. We're pumped. How excited are you?
I'm absolutely stoked. We have a great first round matchup ahead of us. Pretty much all of them are going to be fantastic because the players are so strong, and it's a worldly affair. And how could we not be excited to see all of the best chess players in the world pretty much taking part in this event and in teams? You don't really get to see that so often in the world of chess, but teaming up with players from their respective nations, their continent, or this rest of the world team spearheaded by Arkady Dvorkovich, the FIDE president, it's certainly going to be an awesome bunch of days now.
And there's something special about the team events. Obviously, you and I are fortunate enough to cover the Pro Chess League, and that has led from that's been an online event that's had a live final for the last few years. But it's something about the environment of the players competing with each other for a common goal. Chess is the ultimate individual mind sport. But when you're making decisions based on what's happening with your teammates, in some ways, it adds a storyline and element that I think the fans and obviously as commentators we really enjoy. So shout out, speaking to the fans of all, more than 5,000 of you with us already. Robert, let's remind everybody of the more detailed format. I gave them the high-level bullet points. I'm good at that. I'm good at not diving into too many details. Why don't you take us through the details of the Online Nations Cup?
For sure. Well, as you mentioned, there's 6 teams that are invited. There's China, India, Russia, the USA, Europe, and a rest of the world team, which is comprised of players from different nations. We have Jorge Correa, of course, from South America. We have Bassem Amin from Africa. So it is an intercontinental team. And we'll have a double round robin with wins being 2 points for the team, draw 1. And if you lose, sorry to say, you get no points. At the end of it all, there will be the super final, which will be Sunday on Mother's Day. That should be very exciting. And as you see, the time control, it's that kind of vintage rapid time control that, Danny, that we're used to with 25 minutes in a 10-second increment starting from move 1.
Yeah, and as you said, each team consists of 4 players, and the super final might be on Mother's Day. Maybe we'll have some mothers competing on that day. You and I are looking forward to our Sunday already, and what we'll be looking forward to that day on Sunday. We will be seeing who takes home the bigger part of the prize fund. Every team gets $24,000 just for showing up here, and that is equally split among the players there, but the winning teams get extra cash. Doubling their money is something that everyone looks forward to do, and we'll see who's able to do it. So as we get set and have set the high level here, let's talk a little bit about the very common discussion that happens these days with so much major attention being brought to the online chess community, especially during the unique times we're all facing with COVID-19. A lot of discussions come up about fair play. We've been discussing it very, very publicly and transparently here on chess.com, and if you haven't seen some of those addresses, you should check out our YouTube channel and beyond. But the proctoring and the arbiters, the extra attention that an event like this is getting goes even beyond what you might normally do, just to really ensure that everyone feels comfy and cozy. Every team is assigned both an arbiter and a chess.com proctor, someone who has been reviewing people on camera now for the last couple months that we've been holding tons of events here online. The players are also required to share their screen at all times, even extra security to see any activity, and also a reminder, don't check your Facebook messages. That complicated relationship can wait till later. You can deal with that later. Of course, every call is also recorded for further review. The players and captains can review and discuss and appeal anything that's recorded in the call, but they are also not allowed to communicate with their players during an event. Robert, how much of an effect you think that will have? Obviously, everyone can see the fair play details I've been running through here, but let's pivot from that to, I want to discuss more of a strategy angle on this, that we know that in team events, you have helped lead teams. You have been a coach for the U.S. women's team in many years. How much does that go into how a coach and a captain guides the ship for their players as far as keeping that bigger picture view and being able to communicate? But we're not going to be seeing that here in an online event just because of the extra security we're adding, that no captain can get information, let's say from an engine, and then relay that to the team as far as suggesting a result they'd like. So what are your thoughts on how that's going to affect things for the players, or maybe not at all?
Yeah, as a former player on the U.S. team and as well as the coach of the U.S. women's team in the last two Olympiads, I mean, I don't think it impacts them that much, especially because of the ease in which you can watch your teammates' game. So if I were one of the players, I would have my game open and then have the three other games open in my team's match. And of course, you're going to get curious, like in a classical chess tournament where you walk around, you're looking at other games. I would just focus on my own team's games, which is what I did when I was a player. And so I think it doesn't affect them too much because at the end of the day, the players have sort of the similar insight as the captain of, hey, like I can see what's happening in the other games. I see the trajectory of these games. And if one player is struggling, but two people have a good position, then I should, take that in mind. Well, it looks like it's a 2-1 scenario right now. All I need is a draw, but let me keep winning chances as well.
Okay, I mean, that's great insight. Like you said, someone who's played and helped kind of captain it, that ultimately making the decision based on what's going on in your game is what every chess player does anyway, right? And so the lack of communication, I was curious about that. I think it's the right decision from a fair play point of view, and so I was curious how the players and captains might think about that. So real quick, before we get set for the games to begin and take our first break, let's just remind everybody of the team rosters and the match summaries that are coming up. So the first matchup that we have to highlight here for you, Team Europe versus Team Russia, kicks things off. I believe the faces you see are the people in the lineup this morning. And again, a lot goes into the captains. They are able to make last-second roster changes, and I can tell you behind the scenes that some of them have shuffled things, but I believe you are looking at who will be Team Europe and Team Russia to start, Robert.
Yeah, and as you see there for Team Russia, Jan Nepomniachtchi sporting the man bun, but also the amazing chess these days, as he is one of the co-leaders and behind that tiebreaks in the candidates tournament. And as you see for Team Europe, they are boasting a very strong lineup. Some people say, where's Anish Giri? He is actually the reserve. And so Jan-Krzysztof Duda will man board 3, and Anna Muzichuk and Alexandra Goryachkina. Goryachkina with the white pieces. She has shown such excellent chess since competing in the Women's World Championship. I mean, that's going to be a real brawl between these two.
Yeah, I can't wait. And speaking of board 4s or top women players in the world, as we look at Team China versus Team World, that's a matchup that has everyone waiting to see what Hou Yifan is doing. Not necessarily coming out of retirement, but not being as active as she once was when she was the reigning Women's World Champion. How will she fare in this event? Maria Muzichuk representing Team World there. That'll be an interesting matchup. Of course, we also have Bassem Amin. You have Wang Hao on the other side. This is an exciting one as well.
For sure. And you have Rajabov with the black pieces against Wang Hao, a matchup that everybody was dying to see in the candidates. Of course, Rajabov not taking part in the candidates controversially. So everyone's eyes will be on that match.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Everyone's eyes will also be on Team India versus Team USA, starting at the top, Vishy Anand taking on Hikaru Nakamura. And then that board 2 matchup, Vidit Gujrathi versus Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano on board 2 for the USA, I think, is a huge advantage for them. Hikaru leading the way on board 1. Fabiano will be, I think, a key performer for them if they're going to do well in this event. And then, of course, the ladies there, we have Anna Zatonski taking on Hoopie Canero. How will they fare? Should be exciting to see. Can't wait. Can't wait to break it down. Let's run through a few of our players here. Not that many of them really need an introduction, but Fabiano Caruana is. I'm looking at our next one because there's a lot of players to preview here. He's the number 2 ranked classical standard player in the world, number 11 in terms of rapid. And what else can we say about this guy besides? I think you summarized it well yesterday, Robert. He's kind of hit or miss. He's been the MVP of the Pro Chess League. We know he can play some rapid chess online, and he's also been criticized for not being able to hold his own against Magnus Carlsen in the rapid tiebreak of the 2018 World Championship. So, what Fabiano will we see in this event?
It's a great question. He has shown strong online play, whether it's been the Pro Chess League or the Magnus Invitational. And so I think Fabiano Caruana is much better at rapid chess than people give him credit for, simply because he's number 2 in the world at classical chess. But Hikaru Nakamura on board 1 makes so much sense to me because he throws all the punches in the quicker time controls. And with Fabiano Caruana on board 2, he can do more damage. And I think that's stacking your USA team lineup in a very strong way.
And speaking of Hikaru Nakamura, who's he playing today? He's playing Vishy Anand. Speaking of not needing an introduction, especially even now as a commentator, he's been just an absolute joy to have him being involved in events here on chess.com. It'll be really interesting to see how this guy fares, given that he hasn't played as much online rapid or blitz chess as the 2 previous elite players we just talked about in Hikaru and Fabiano. Hoopie Canero, also a former women's world champion, just an absolute monster there on board 4. I think her performance, given that I consider her a favorite against most of the players she would probably go up against, might also be key for India. Timur Rajabov, you mentioned it, Robert. Number 9 in the world, leading team world here. Part of the relations maybe going on between him and FIDE as they work out a bit of the controversy that was the FIDE candidates and his lack of participation due to the COVID-19 worries. But on board 2 for Team World, I mean, we talked about Fabiano being on board 2 for the U.S., board 2 for Team World, Ali Reza Firouzja. That's a scary one right there.
Yeah, and there's a player who actually represents FIDE, which in international competitions these days, that is a player that nobody wants to face. We saw him win the Banter Blitz Cup over Magnus Carlsen. He is just such a super strong player who everyone is like, this guy is not just the future, but he's the present. And Ali Reza will have his hands full against the likes of Fabiano Caruana as your Levon Aronians, but I think he's ready for the challenge.
Jan Nepomniachtchi is probably a part of what we would consider our marquee matchup this morning, taking on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, though with the same colors they already had at the FIDE candidates, which means MVL already got the better of that battle for those who missed that memo. But we'll see if Jan can maybe get his revenge today with black. And then on board 4 for Team Russia, Alexandra Gorachkina has been playing also just some of the best chess of any woman player on the planet. Can't wait to see what she comes up with. I think the one I'm most anticipating, though, as far as one of the top women players in the event, is Ho Yifan for China. We've been saying it a lot. I can't wait to see. She's still ranked number 1 in both rapid and classical there, as you can see, despite her hiatus while attending university at Oxford. I'm interested to see how the rust shakes off quickly or becomes a factor we talk about in those critical moments, Robert, like time pressure.
Yeah, and she has the black pieces in the opening round against Maria Muzichuk, who's an extremely sharp and well-prepared player. So that is going to be a tough matchup. But as you said, our highlight matchup, our marquee matchup of the day has to be Maxime Vachier-Lagrave taking on Jan Nepomniachtchi. Maxime gets the white pieces again. He said he wouldn't be surprised if Jan plays the French. I personally would be, but Maxime in some of the best shape of his life.
You and I remember that game that was so critical for Maxime to win with the white pieces against Jan with the French. So maybe you and I will be more surprised than them. And of course, it should be no surprise when you're talking about a team of all-stars from Europe. The Levon Aronian has to join that field. Of course, seeing Levon back in action here, it's impossible not to both send your best wishes, have your heart go out, and just feel the love and compassion that goes to Levon for the recent and tragic loss of his wife, Ariane Kaoli. Not something that anyone wants to really focus on, but as I see his face there, to be honest, Robert, it's impossible not to talk about and to once again give love and best wishes to all those who were close to Ariane.
Yeah, for sure. And as commentators, we try to remain as unbiased as possible, but we absolutely must send our love and support to Levon and their entire family because it was a tragedy for sure. And Levon Aronian, such a classy guy, such a strong chess player, and Team Europe is looking him as just as a player who's a stabilizing force. And it's going to be tough, but Levon is such an exceptional player. He's a creative, he's a maestro at the board, and I'm excited to see him play chess in addition to all the rest of these great players.
Indeed. So as we send our best wishes to Levon and our best of luck to all the players, we're going to send us to our very, very first break. We see questions in the chat wondering when the games start. Not very long, just a few minutes away. We will have liftoff. The FIDE Online Nations Cup gets going in just a few minutes. As promised, the games would lift off in just moments, and they have come out of the gates in rapid fashion as they should. It is rapid, Robert, and we were right. We would not see a French from Jan de Pomnici versus MVL. A Sicilian, though. Would you have predicted that?
Yeah, I think that Jan wants his revenge, and with the black pieces, he's not going to be venturing into too treacherous waters because Maxim's such a strong player. But it shows Jan's fighting spirit to opt for this Sicilian here.
Yep.
And when Danny, when you think of Jan, right, you don't think of a guy who wants to be ground down in
Right.
some long Berlin from the black side. So I think it
Yep.
makes perfect sense.
Well, I think it was one of the things that led to you and I being sort of semi-critical of the French choice at the candidates was just because it's felt so unlike Jan. You remember those moments when we were talking about the night going forward and going back, right? It was not the form he had been showing overall, playing probably the best chess of anybody at the candidates through the first half. So this is a little more what we expect and what we think of when we think of Nepo and his aggressive chess. I'm a little bit curious to see Bishop D3 on move 6 from MVL. This is not the most common line against his own Najdorf. MVL known as playing the Najdorf as black. So this is interesting. We've sort of transposed into what's called a Dragadorf, everybody, where you've got this dragon pawn structure and bishop combined with the potential of a Najdorf expansion very quickly over here. So that's just kind of setting the tone for what we may end up seeing. Obviously, the game is very close to level. And so we'll continue to check on that along with all the others. One of the games that's moved very, very far along is Vladislav Artemyev's battle versus Levon Aronian. It seems like they're still in close to theory. This sort of it's a Nimzo-Indian kind of a de-accelerated Maroczy-bind hedgehog when you've got this structure here, but white never played e4 for good reason to keep this bishop open. Your quick impression on what we're looking at here.
Yeah, it looks like a position where white should be preferred slightly, but at the same time, look at this pawn a3. Whenever I see a pawn structure like this on the queen side, it may not be readily apparent, but that c4 square can fall victim to a little knight a5 attack because you can't get your pawn chain a2, b3, c4 with everything safe and sound because you've already pushed that pawn to a3, and if white ever goes b4 himself, then that c4 square does become a real target. That said, I think white is totally fine, doing well. I like the control over the c and the d files thus far. For white, a little bit more space in the position, so I would take the white side.
Yeah, I was just going to say the critical question will be whether white ever plays e4. As I foreshadowed when we first got here, is usually the idea of delaying it is to keep that tension we saw there between the potential light square bishops. But now that d5 was on the agenda for Levon, I think Vladislav says, you know what, I'm going to put a little more pressure here, make it harder to achieve this goal of breaking through and opening things up. So again, this is rapid, and we want to rapidly touch on a lot of these games. So we're going to quickly jump to yet another one. Robert, obviously, you know that you're the real boss here. You're in charge. If you see a game you want to shout to, then you tell me. But I kind of like to let everyone know who's playing. Of course, you can go to chess.com, follow the games on the live server. You can go to chess.com/events if you're into choosing and focusing on a different game, maybe put our commentary in the background. But okay, here we have another Sicilian, another kind of Maroczy bind position. This was clearly a con of some kind, and black has just committed to g6 here. Against, yeah, go ahead.
No, sorry, I was going to say g6. You've already played e6, so it seems that your bishop's coming to e7. But the bishop becomes a little bit passive on that square, simply defending the d6 pawn. And with white's pieces lined up in the d file, it seems that you can get your bishop to a superior diagonal, as it's harder for white to mount pressure against that typically weak d6 square.
Yeah, one of the lines that white can go for here is no longer possible once the queen to e2 is committed. One of the things that can sometimes make this a little bit tricky for black is if you try to commit the bishop here and white does have the pressure on the d file, there's surprising ideas of retreating the bishop to e2 and playing for bishop f4. This is a line I've played as white, but in this particular commitment that Jan Christoph has made, Andreykin feels safer to get the bishop off of the square, not as worried about pressure coming to the d6 pawn as you might normally be. So it's interesting. I can't wait to see what happens in this one. I'm going to be paying close attention selfishly myself just to learn something. I'm now spying. You can see that's what I'm doing because there's so many games. Fabiano Caruana versus Vida Gujrathi. We have the Vish, as his username is now known as Vishwanathan Anand versus Hikaru Nakamura. Bassem Amin versus Yu Yang Yi. So many of these games have moved along. Wei Yi versus Ali Reza Farouja. Can you say rematch from the Junior Speed Chess Championship final, right? Or semifinal that was. So this is super exciting. Where do you want to focus on? Any thoughts you want to give on a particular
I'm totally
game?
open. I think all of these games are interesting, which is a cop-out, but at the same time, I don't know where we should focus. I'm actually looking at the game between Alexander Goryachkina and Anna Muzicek just to finish off this matchup that we started off with. the Team Russia taking on Team Europe here, because f5 is such a committal move.
Yeah.
But that queen on e4 was menacing, preventing black from trying any sort of c6 to c5 breaks, which is kind of essential in the position, because if you get stuck with this bishop on b7 behind a pawn, it's not a very happy piece. But now that you played f5, you look at that e6 square, you circle it, and you say, are you ever going to be able to push that pawn forward, or is it going to be an ugly backward pawn that you have to deal with for the rest of the game?
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. F5 is one of those moves that, I mean, be honest, would you scold a student for playing it here? Tell the truth.
Unless they had a sound follow-up in the case of c5. And
right, that's why I was highlighting that, yeah.
Yeah, I would probably scold them if they didn't, follow up with an aggressive or at least an active plan.
Right. Well, Muzychuk has something to prove here as black against the higher rated and favorite Gorashkina. I agree, but then I guess the other poison is if you don't play f5, you try to sit on the position with moves like knight f6, the queen finds safety, and you're kind of thinking, well, am I just going to be worse forever? They have the e5 square. I'm struggling to get space, but I would have preferred something like knight f6 and then trying to get the same idea you already highlighted of c5 opening the bishop. f5 is just one of those moves that you better have something to show for it, because your king is going to be open. The light squares are potentially very weak here, and I'm liking white here more and more the more I look at it.
I'm with you, partner. So I think that Muzychuk will have her work cut out for herself. And I don't know, where do you want to take us? There's so many good games across here with all these top players. So
I kind of want to check on Hikaru's game with Vishy Anand, not just because we know he has maybe more fans watching here than any other chess streamer in the world. I guess he's really owned and taken on his own channel, and he has a huge fan base, often streaming on Twitch and with a growing community. So I think people want to see how Hikaru's doing with black against Viswanathan Anand. Looks pretty level here, and it also one of those structures where I couldn't immediately just say the opening. I had to spy up and see how did we get here. Okay, a queen's gambit. I'll quickly just play through. Okay, that seems logical, right? We clearly had the exchange after a Tarrasch sort of advance there. Black challenges the center with both pawns here after playing c5. And the disadvantage black has for the space that he gained is the isolated queen pawn. So whenever you play this Tarrasch structure, everyone, you're saying, I want to liberate my pieces. I'm not into the passive play. These guys wrestling each other for squares is not my thing. But the risk is a positional one, and white will now be a little bit better because of this weak d pawn. So your initial thoughts here, I feel like actively we kind of like what black has done here for a rapid game, but the d pawn is a little weak. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, if that d5 pawn can get cemented there, you can get blockaded, and you're left with an isolated pawn, you tend not to be too thrilled from the black side of a position like this, because the long-term elements all favor white. That said, you correctly point out, black is way more active here, and you see the bishop on f5, all three minor pieces developed, your king is castled safely, you can try to take over the c file. So it's one of those positions where in the short term, white needs to be very careful not to cede control over the open c file or allow a timely queen b6 coming after the queen side and then a knight c5. But I think that when you look at these two players, it actually goes to both of their styles, and that's a weird thing to say, but Hikaru, well prepared, going for a line that gives his pieces some clear play and plans. And for Vishy, he's saying, I would love to squeeze out a victory from a slight advantage in terms of the pawn structure.
You make a good point. Hikaru well prepared. He seems relaxed there, as everyone can get a view of him on camera there. We see his normal streaming setup. Hikaru not providing commentary about his ideas, just focused as an elite chess player. Vishy Anand there, representing Team India. From the same place where he joined us regularly for commentating the candidates. He said he just moved to the other side of the kitchen table, so people thought he did something different. He told us that, so pretty funny. Bishop d3 now played. This is an interesting move, right? You're trying to simplify the activity, which is a common idea. Robert mentioned white needs to be careful in the early going because your king is in the center. And so if things were to blow open and black has active pieces, you'd get in trouble. So bishop d3 is just a very calm, kind of logical positional move here. If you can start getting pieces on the board, you get your king out, some variation like this occurs, the king castles, the rook doubles up behind the queen, and this is kind of an easy, not an easy victory, but an easy game for white. White's going to have a small edge here, and Hikaru's going to try to simplify. Maybe he's just saying, all I need is peace here when I'm black against the former world champion.
Yeah, and if you could punch through d4 as black, that's generally speaking a great success. And as you note, by playing bishop f6, he's getting rid of one of the very active, strong pieces that's preventing d4. And if his queen can land on f6, then b2 feels a little bit soft. So I like what Hikaru is doing thus far, though I still would prefer to have the white side of this position pretty much every single game.
Caro takes a swig there. We see that while we are focused, obviously, on this board one superstar battle, you can spy to the left and see the other games that are going on in this particular round. You have Vida Gujrathi taking on Fabiano Caruana over there on board two, and the board three matchup currently a little bit misplaced. I'm going to actually point out that was because of a last-second roster change, so forgive that. But the board three for the U.S. is not Ding Liren. Humpy Canero is indeed playing on as Zatonsky, though. So we'll get that worked out here in a second, everybody. I saw some of you pointing out that on the chat, but we've got a lot of moving parts here, and the team captains doing their best to keep their rosters fresh even at the last second. So, all right, I want to cut. Yeah.
You mentioned Dominguez and Hare Krishna, so I mean that game actually is one that I would be very worried about if I were Team USA. Because
I was just going to say
it
makes sense we should go there and clarify who is playing for Team USA. It is Lanier Dominguez-Perez.
Yeah, and I mean, Danny, you look at this position, right? You see the bishop on e5. You see the clock situation where Hare Krishna with the white pieces, he's well ahead on the clock. I mean, this is a scary situation, is that bishop on e5 doesn't have a comfort zone because you take on b2. Look at white's activity in this position. White sacrificing pawns, but it's like a very rapid piece play and back rank checkmate ideas.
Well, not only that, I mean, as you look at it, I'm sitting here wondering, are we still in preparation if you're Pentala Hare Krishna, right? Obviously, the time suggestive that he's much more comfortable, more than 6 minutes up on the clock. Bishop takes b2 played, and I get the feeling this is one where our engines will not quite fully understand just why white has compensation until you give it a second. We see the evaluation starting to creep for white despite black being up a pawn. And I'm on the edge of my seat to see what kind of prep that Pentala reveals. Let's quickly look at what the opening was here, Robert. We had a Roy Lopez Berlin with the knight takes e5 variation here. So normally not known for its bite. Is it fair to say that this position not known as the sharpest one for white, but with a sacrifice of the d4 pawn and then a sacrifice of a second pawn on b2?
Proving you wrong, right? Saying
proving me wrong,
sharper.
as usual, right? Didn't take long. We're only 5 minutes into the show.
And we should just go back a quick second to explain why c6 was played by black. He could have played bishop to a3, but he was worried that queen a5 comes. The only move to save this bishop is bishop c5. And after the trades on the c5 square and the c7 pawn feels loose, the f8 square, there's a checkmate threat immediately. So it's feeling just an uncomfortable situation for Dominguez, and he chooses this line in the game to play c6 instead. But I don't think this will be any easier, because after c6, rook b2, take on d5, bishop d5, you play knight c7. And if I'm white, I actually might keep the tension instead of taking on b7, just drop my bishop back to f3 and say, you're not getting out of this. You have this weak, isolated d pawn. I have two bishops in a position where there are going to be chances for open play. And the a7 pawn, the b7 pawn, all feeling quite loose in this position.
Yeah, this is very scary for black, who's up a pawn, but I don't think feeling an advantage here. Not only does the computer tend to support white's pawn sack, but the time pressure suggestive. Lanier not comfortable. I start looking at queen a5 as a move. Obviously, the knight is pinned, but black has b6, and so perhaps not necessary. But I think your move bishop f3 seems very straightforward. You know me, it's easier to sacrifice other people's pieces, so I wanted to do something crazy here, but it's just not necessary. So I think your idea of bishop to f3 makes sense, although white could just take b7 and is better in an endgame, with the bishop probably being the better minor piece over the knight.
Yeah, I would be concerned, and I'll put that in quotes, about too much liquidation, allowing black to just maybe escape with an easier path towards a half point. I'm not positive. I'm just kind of looking at this position and saying, if I do play bishop f3 and you play d5 as black, it's a way to shut off my bishop from the b7 square, then I'll play a4. And I'm just saying your rook can't move because of the a7 pawn hanging. Your bishop can't move because of the b7 pawn hanging. And if you ever play a move like b6 and my pawn's on a4, I'm going to go a5 and just kind of crack your queen side open, and or c4 even. So it's just many options in that position for white.
Yeah, I think the question is whether bishop f3 can be met by d5 as black, right? Kind of blocking the bishop's diagonal. and pressure on b7. But what would be your response there? Is it something?
Well, that's what I was saying, is that a4 would be my like.
Oh,
kind of
I thought we
natural
might need to
response.
be even more aggressive, but a4, and I guess it's still a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, just saying the black can hardly move in this position as many pawns are very loose.
Indeed. Okay. Well, up to Pentala Harikrishna, who we've been seeing on camera here for the last few minutes. Almost looks like they're playing from the same room, Leonir Dominguez Perez and Pentala Harikrishna, but we know he's one of the top players in India, the 3 seed, if you will, for Team India in this particular event behind Vishy Anand and Vida Gujarati. So nice to see Mr. P playing here in this event. Speaking of the only game we haven't really touched on yet between, well, 2 games actually. We haven't touched on Humpy Canero's battle going on with Anna Zatonski, but also Fabiano Caruana going up against Vida Gujarati here. This one is also a huge time advantage for one player. Fabiano Caruana up more than 10 minutes on the clock.
And it's a position that at first looked like it was simplified because you see a symmetrical pawn structure, the same pieces for both players. But Fabiano is saying you're never going to find true comfort in a position like this, because look at White's pieces. The f4 square is covered by White for the time being, especially with the queen on e5 under attack, which means that White can jump first to the f5 square. So that's a really big nuisance for Black, especially if your queen is lacking too many squares to run away to. And queen d6, of course, played because you're trying to find some safety. And I'm looking at a move like knight to f5.
Yeah, I guess the key is that this knight on g3 can't move easily without queen h2, right? So knight f5, maybe Black captures, and White would have to take back with the bishop or the queen. Not to say White still isn't better, but...
Yeah, I would just think that White, it's kind of first. Yeah, I'm not saying it's a tremendous disadvantage for Black, but you could tell that Vida is uncomfortable considering his time usage thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. The question is there something that Black has prepared against knight f5, or is it just that simple? You just win the bishop pair. I was wondering if I spy this d2 vulnerability, if Black has some way to move the knight and get some compensation. But, whoa, Fabiano plays king f1. I don't think that's a mouse slip. Although it could be anything. So
and maybe it's just not a problem for Black. Perhaps I'm giving Fabiano too much credit because he's Fabiano and he's playing quickly. And especially in a rapid game, if Fabiano is moving just instantly every single time, you're like, oh, that guy knows what he's doing. So I think I am giving a little bit of Fabiano credit to him. And Black should likely be all right with me like knight f6 here, just defending the king side and opening up the d file. So there's a bishop on d2 at the bottom of that d file there. Yeah, I don't know. But it still seems very solid, despite the fact that Fabiano's playing so quickly.
We see Vidit right there. Not quite his eyes, but many people getting used to seeing his eyes dart on screen. He's been streaming recently. If you're a chess fan and not quite aware yet, the growing movement of elite chess players providing their own commentary, playing games online is probably not just a fad or a symptom, for lack of a better term, during the COVID-19 sort of forced shelter-in-place restrictions. But many top players have been streaming and letting the fans get to know them a little better. So if you weren't aware of that, Vidit Chess is as he's known on most platforms, and you can follow him. And as we know, he is board 2 for India in this event. So there we go. We'll keep our eye on this one. By the way, in the Vishwanathan Anand Hikaru Nakamura game, Hikaru did manage to get d4 in, trying to liquidate that weak isolated pawn. We'll see how that is responded to. But I honestly want to head back to one of the ones we started with that's getting a little spicy. Maxime Vacher-Lagrave versus Jan Nepomniachtchi over here. Talk about a Sicilian, right? This is getting weird.
Just your style, right? Kind of.
I guess so. I mean, I knew you were going to say that. I don't know that, it's a good thing. So, but yeah.
Oh, it wasn't a compliment. Don't worry. But when I look at a position like this,
clarifying.
Honestly, I thought you were going to make fun of me because it has some vibes of a closed Sicilian. As you look at a white pawn on the d file, and you're like, wait a second, doesn't white usually go d4 in the early stages of Sicilian? And what happened was after that capture on d3, the c pawn recaptured, opening up the c file. And Denny, you've played Sicilian your whole life. You look at a position like this, you're hoping as white that you have this pressure that you can eventually mount an attack with. But as we've seen, the position, white is also very, very cramped here. That knight on
Right.
c2 may go to d5 through b4 if you're fortunate. But what about these captures on the f5 square? You can't leave that pawn there forever, as at some point black will say, hey, that's a pawn that I can capture and get away with. And I like black's position here from this Sicilian.
It's weird because even though I'm supposed to be preferring black, anytime you have a position against a close Sicilian structure, you and I both know that that was something you left behind in your life, rightfully so. But as I'm looking at this, I'm getting nervous about black's position, just because despite the things you pointed out in f5 hanging, it's such a difficult practical decision to make to take that pawn, especially in a rapid game, and start opening up your own king here. Obviously, a key point might be that a move like knight g3 comes in, and then all of a sudden h3, and this bishop is running out of squares to go to. It's currently a threat, right? And we note that black can't really return the favor with h6 because white can take it, although maybe this is a key moment, given that e2 is hanging. Robert, you start wondering, is h6 something? Okay, as I say it, indeed, Jan believes it is the right time to go for. Again, the main point, everybody, is that this combination fails because there's a knight hanging over here on e2. And so as I was spying that, I was thinking maybe now's the time for black. And that might make me feel better about black's chances, the fact that he's able to get this in. Note that if you take here, you can still just take back, because if you take h6, e2 hangs. And if you take g6, you take back, and the rook defends the bishop. So things are just fine here for black. In fact, the computers love it. So, all right, you convinced me. But it took my own tactical conviction here for me to believe in black's position. So it wasn't
you
really...
had a point, right? Because if bishop f6, knight g3, this bishop on g4 doesn't really have much space to work with, does it? So h3 at some moment will be a huge threat. Not even a little threat. That's just going to win a piece if you're not careful. And you never want to play g takes f5 now, because then I can even, take on h6, just go knight takes f5, and I crash through so quickly on the king side. So this is a critical moment here. I believe bishop f6 takes and knight to g3.
Look at us flip-flopping back and forth. I like black now in these lines. Maybe h5 and h4. Can I get away with that? What would I do on knight g3? Maybe bishop h4?
Bishop g5, throwing that move probably is...
Very nice.
It's still looking, I don't know. It's like that bishop on g4 really doesn't have much space to work with, right? So, and just a funny line, Danny, of like queen e1.
Yep.
And you try to go bishop h4, just for example, and I go h3. You can't go bishop h5 like you'd like to, because I'll go knight takes h5. Oh. I give you my queen to win your queen.
What a fun line. Winning a piece and the house, as they say. Okay, well, for those just tuning in, obviously this is the kind of one of the marquee matchups of the day: Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the co-leaders at the FIDE Candidates Tournament. Currently, both sported that co-lead as they headed into the break, and here we see that variation we talked about. Wow, it's happening fast, right? So I think queen e1. The move you've already suggested, and I want to come back to an idea you spied much earlier, given your positional prowess as a grandmaster. Robert immediately recognized the d5 square as a future home for the knight, which is not the first thing you see optically in this structure when your knight is not very well placed on c2. But I feel like we've been all over the map here, both of us liking both sides. Black does have the long-term advantage of the bishop pair. Whoa, is he missing this? Is he missing the exact line we just foreshadowed with h3?
That looks somewhat worrisome to me. Perhaps I'm trying to throw a rook c8 move in the mix. Is there like a piece sacrifice that is available to black? I'm not really sure about this. I mean, h3, gf5 doesn't look right either. So how is he planning to get away with this? Because, yeah.
You mentioned gf5. There's some crazy lines like gf5 takes and f4. But even that, by the way, there may be...
Still knight h5, right? Oh,
well, there's queen takes g4.
And then I want to somehow...
You want to win a piece with queen d1, and you might just do it.
I mean, queen d1, nice move.
I don't know. I mean, obviously, we're now on the edge of our seat, everybody, kind of accidentally foreshadowing what turned to be Robert thought he was just pointing out a fun little puzzle rush tactic. Again, the point is bishop h5, knight takes h5, wins on the spot with a fork. But this may actually have either been miscalculated by Jan, or he sees something as he leans in there that we're all about to learn from.
Maybe he's going to have to move his queen out the way first, because the whole point is that once the knight captures h5, there's a check on f6 with a fork. So some kind of queen c7, queen c8 type of move, or queen c6. But queen c6 runs a knight b4 with tempo. So queen c7, that way you can play bishop h5 next, but it does really feel like black is going in the wrong direction here.
Yeah, queen c7, I would play knight b4 almost instantly and just go for this plan of putting a pony on d5 and ask questions later. So, okay, interesting stuff. Neither side really with a time advantage either in this game, and kind of suggestive. I think that both players have been on their own for a while. But we will see. So, again, remind everybody that you can go over to chess.com to follow any of the games yourself. We're aware that every single round is going to have amazing matchups that may not get the full attention they deserve. Speaking of which, the game between Alireza Firouzja and Wei Yi has gotten little to no love from us, of a username Lovevey, as Wei Yi is known. But this is a messy one as well.
It is indeed. When you see a queen on a8 with many other pieces on the board, you're like, how in the world did that queen get there and not get attacked, or just is sitting peacefully there, where it's also creating threats of its own. So for Alireza and Wei Yi, these two are battle tested. They've played each other, as you mentioned, the Junior Speed Chess Championship. And now the question is, whose pawn situation is weaker, the d5 pawn or somehow the d4 pawn? But d5 is immediately under threat here.
Yeah. Wei Yi is also down on the clock. So if we're looking at white having more immediate threats, and black kind of struggling to find a move here. It's weird because optically, Robert, when you first see the queen on e8 and the rook spying it, you think, okay, there's tactics, but you suddenly realize the reverse is actually true, and the queen is super menacing here. There's even awkward threats of queen to c6 in some positions, right, where you make a queen trade and quickly have a pass c-pawn if that could be forced through. So I'm a little confused. I really like white in this position, and not sure what Wei Yi's going to come up with.
Yeah, queen c6 is a nasty threat, in addition to just taking the pawn d5. And Wei Yi's considering his two options, I believe. Knight f6 to protect d5 right away, or to throw in c takes d4. And whenever you throw in a move like c takes d4, you just have to consider, do I have to recapture on d4, or can I play knight takes d5? And these little moments here, they start eating up your clock. But that's just what I'm looking at the corner of my eyes, like, is opening up the F file, potentially good for white if you then take on E3 and F takes E3. So I think you will see where you spend a bit of time here trying to figure out the nuances.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't have as much time as he might like. Remember, everybody, this is the first ever Online Nations Cup. It's a rapid event, so the time control was 25 minutes plus a 10-second increment throughout to start. The players are in some ways already under time pressure. Not the way Yi can't handle himself. He shocked many by winning our first ever Junior Speed Chess Championship, qualifying for the main SCC. But we know he can handle himself under time pressure. He does indeed take d4 here. So now the question will be, do we have your knight takes d5, Robert, or does white just take back and make black come up with a solution to protect d5 in another way?
I'm going to be honest with you, Danny. I got a little bit distracted because Ifan against Maria Muzichuk, that position is also heating up. So I hate to drag us all over the map here, but just so many games, so much excitement. He does take on d4, as we saw with the knight. But look at this position, Danny. There's king on h7.
You can drag us anywhere. What happened to the pawns?
White has clearly taken a pawn on f5, right? So, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say Ifan is up a little bit on the clock. One of the first things you kind of observe when you come to a rapid game is just see who's in a commanding position there. But I kind of like white, I guess. Despite the doubled pawns, you have all these potentially weak light squares. Feels like from a practical point of view, white's in a pretty good spot. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is all about to backfire. Is g4, h5, and quickly routing this knight to this side of the board on the agenda for Ifan?
No, your gut instinct, to me, is certainly correct. Knight d2, knight e4, plug the e4 square. You can also play queen c4 and try to trade queens in the e4 square. But look at the pawn on d6. That's a permanent weakness in black's position. And the knight on d8 currently sitting there not doing anything. And that knight will have to reroute itself. And I would not be surprised if Ifan plays knight f7, knight h8, knight g6. That looks like a true journey, but the knight is much better on g6 than it is on d8, where it's doing absolutely nothing. So if she can get her knight to g6, then play g4, that counterattack that you were talking about, Danny, can come to life.
Yeah, and it may end up becoming a bit of a race in that sense, like a King's Indian. Not quite, but from the perspective that White has the positional edge, whether this knight finds itself on c4 or e4, it's poking at the weak point in the structure. And Black might be all in with something on the King's side. You mentioned this idea of routing the knight to g6, but it seems kind of slow, right, to be honest. Maria Muzichuk joined us for a quick interview yesterday. If you happened to miss the drawing of Lot's opening ceremony, very excited to have been invited to play for Team World here. And we kind of foreshadowed whether if you're going to get the former women's world champion, still ranked #1 as far as all women's players on the planet, do you want to get her in round 1 when she hasn't been as active as a player over the last couple of years? And Maria didn't quite bite Robert, but now that she's sitting in that chair, she looks like a queen there. I think she's kind of happy that she got Yifan with the white pieces in round 1. I think this is not to say she wouldn't be able to hold her own otherwise, but I think this might be her best chance to really score here against Yifan.
Oh, yes, for sure. You want to get the player before they shake the rust off. And as much as Yifan may have prepared for this, and she's a phenomenal player, just something to say about that practical experience of playing. And if you haven't played for months in either an over-the-board event or a strong online event, you are going to be rusty. You're going to have trouble calculating at certain moments, and maybe you come up with the wrong plan. So I think Maria Muzichuk is got the dream position that she would like to see it from her end. And here's knight f7 by Yifan.
Yep. And quickly followed by knight d2, knight h8. Here we go. We're getting the plan we talked about. Yifan is going to be all in, so to speak. Maybe knight g6, knight h4. You'd love to try to hit the g2 pawn here if you could. But positionally, you're not necessarily bankrupt yet, but you're definitely much worse here. White owns the light squares and the d6 pawn is weak. This is going to be an exciting one here on the finish.
It definitely will be. And Danny, I don't know where you want to take us, but that game just had my attention at the corner of my eye. But so much chess going on.
Every game is super exciting, and every game has so many big names. The game between Hari Krishna and Lanier Dominguez Perez is still the most crazy, I think you could say, of all. How did we get here from where we left it, right? After the move, knight to c7 was played. White did go for bishop takes b7, by the way, rather than just sitting on the pressure. But no simplification occurred. Black played rook b8 to try to win a piece outright, given that the bishop is pinned to the rook on b2. But then on queen b1, knight d5, what a move. Forking the bishop on e3 and the c3 square, and pointing out that if you take d5...
There's rook b2 and queen a5.
Double attack on the d5 bishop and the e1 checkmate square.
Wait, but then there's bishop c4. Oh, then the queen e1 hits both.
Yeah, you take
checkmate
e3.
And the bishop on e3. Wow.
Yeah. So that was the idea that justified that. So instead, Hari Krishna takes a7, and we have the current position with knight to c3. Although now queen e1 has been played. Talk about a turnaround. Black seems to have found life here. And if you look at the clock, you remember when we left this game, Robert, Hari Krishna was up. He was up more than about 7 minutes on the clock. He's now down 4 minutes. Lanier looking confident. Knight d5 was nasty, as Grandmaster Jan Ludwig Hammer just said in the chat.
It was super nasty, and it seems like it's a way for Black to equalize at the very least, because we're going to get some opposite colored bishops. And even though Black is starting down a pawn, that bishop on b7 is a monster, hitting the pawn on g2. And there's going to be some queen a8 ideas, actually, in this current position. Queen a8 hits the bishop on a7 and the pawn on g2. But what my point at large is going to be, even if a pawn is missing here and there, with the opposite colored bishops, great drawing chances, particularly if the queens get traded. But watch out for some sort of attack with a queen a8 winning the g2 pawn. It can turn very quickly.
Wow. Going to be a lot of fun here to see how this one finishes, although, like you said, I think with that simplification, we should most likely be seeing a draw. A game that I don't think is going to end in a draw is the one between Vladislav Artemyev and Levon Aronian. Artemyev has broken through with some sort of crazy attack here against Levon, and I don't know what happened, but I'm scared for the black player here.
But what about the material, Danny?
I mean, yes, material does count.
No,
Correct.
you're right. I just wanted to point out that temporarily, at least, white
Up a
is
rook,
giving up a
right?
rook.
The problem
But
is it's white to move, and I think even just winning back the bishop,
yes,
being down the exchange is a small price to pay for this kind of attack.
it is indeed. And I mean, there's so many variations that look so promising for white. Just C takes D5, and E takes D5. I'm not even sure which pawn you take with,
Yep.
but just take on D5 with one of those pawns, and you're just going to go after that black king. Will never find true safety. You also have this H pawn, which can become a runner. At some moment, might want to push that pawn to become a new queen. And so I think that Levon Aroning's position has certainly is in big trouble here and will likely crumble in the very near future.
There we see Levon on camera for the first time today, sporting that Team Europe flag rather than his normal home of Armenia, representing Team Europe in this particular event. We know his world ranking is number 7 overall, number 8 in rapid. A player that obviously doesn't drop off too much in fast time controls, as many people know. Very tricky and resourceful. So if anybody was going to pull this one out, you might think it's Aronian. He is up 10 minutes on the clock. So he has to find a way to keep this thing as messy as possible, right? But still, we have to like Artemiev. Let's back up a little bit to when the position was a little more equal. I just want to kind of show how we got here. We had a position that you and I actually left it, if you remember, right after Artemiev had chosen to play e4 to slow down Levon's d5 plan, for those of you that have been with us since the beginning. Vladislav switches to this sort of Marquee bind kind of structure and tries to prepare to launch an attack, and that's kind of exactly what White did. Eventually getting going over here on the king side.
And this critical moment's coming up, Danny. Here, look at this. White's just gaining space. F4 is played. It's looking beautiful. And Levon tries to strike back with G5. And after FG5, which you played here, he could take with the queen. But there clearly was something he didn't like about this position. Either Queen F2, hitting F7 and B6. That's, I think, a pretty good reason to not like that. But what happened is worse, because once Rook D5 happens, cutting off the queen from the G5 square, Artemiev's all in on the attack.
This is what he missed clearly, right? Rook D5, H takes G5 is a huge blunder because of this amazing move by Artemiev. Rook D5. Wow, that might be the move of the round so far. Would you agree?
Yes.
I mean, wow.
I was going to say, Danny, the mistake might have been moves ago. Instead of G5, he was probably planning to play G5 there and just overlooked Rook D5 entirely. So it's not a one-move blunder. It's a planned blunder because of a detail that was not seen.
Right. That's a really good point that you look at it that way. Let's highlight E takes D5 before coming back to it. The reason Black took with the bishop instead of just trying to win the rook for free is because of the mating attack that's going to ensue here. I actually don't even see the mate off the top of my head, but we'll try to find it. Queen H6 looks logical, and then what?
At some point, you can just check on F6 and
then I guess you're just taking and opening the E file.
Yep.
Wow.
Rook E1 check is devastating.
Wow. Okay, so that's why Black took with the bishop instead of the pawn, but still White is obviously, whoa, look at this move, E5. What a game right now from Artemiev. This is how you open the door here in the Online Nations Cup and represent your country. I mean, these are the kind of games that have a lot of people looking at Artemiev as no longer a rising star in Russia, but the eagle has landed, so to speak. I mean, we know his name and of his talent, maybe more than a lot of other people do, because he's been playing online on chess.com for years, since a very young player. He just won this Abu Dhabi Super Blitz. We invited him to the Speed Chess Championship, which got some eyebrows to be lifted last year, Robert. But this guy is a talented beast and very dangerous in fast time controls.
And E5 is a sweet move because it cuts off the queen's attack from C5 on the queen on G5. You would have loved to just taken the pawn E6 last move, but your queen on G5 is not protected and can be taken. So that is why E5 is so just devious, saying if you do take my pawn on E5, I'm going to take your pawn E6, and you can't even capture me on E6 because your rook on D8 is hanging, and so everything falls apart.
Yeah, crazy. I was highlighting that line to show everybody what you were talking about. That's amazing. I think we're about to see maybe what will go down as the game of the round here. Levon in a very tough spot here as Black, and wow, Just crazy. But I wanted to highlight what you said about it being a mistake of a plan that maybe started almost as far back as move 28. Black, when he commits to king e7, Robert, he's probably already thinking he's going to deal with this f4 plan with g5 at some point, and this should be okay. And he wouldn't be wrong if not for this really brilliant idea of cutting off the queen's communication. So, you know, sometimes blunders happen and people think, how could someone miss a one move like that? But when you're already kind of pot committed to an idea, it's a lot easier to overlook details like that, right? And obviously, Levon is probably going to pay the price because of it in this game.
Indeed. And his teammate Maxime Rocher-Legrave has a promising position against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So he's hoping that Maxime can score the full point for the team, but maybe not, because we're in a rook end game, and as we know the saying, all rook end games are drawn, right?
We're going to head over to that game, as you pointed out. The rook on e7 makes you really love white, but then you take a deeper look and you see that maybe black is defending everything.
Yes, because look at black's pawn structures. All of the pawns are isolated. The b pawns are doubled and isolated. The white pawn f6 is a very big thorn in black's side, but king g6 just stems everything. Whoa. Look how quickly they're making the moves here. Giving away the pawn in that manner is such a good move. It's a little finesse by Jan Nepomniachtchi. And so now he's going to win the b2 pawn. The f6 pawn will fall. We're trading all the pawns off, and white will not have enough material remaining to win this game.
I want to highlight that super instructive tactic that Jan just played and Robert pointed out. Again, you could play rook c2. You'd love to play rook c2, but then white captures b4 and defends b2 at the same time, turning a draw into a loss probably. But b3, what an important little detail. Here comes rook c2, and probably as you said, Jan is just going to draw this game. Wow. Exciting stuff there. He looks relaxed. Says, I got this, right? We got this. And if my boy Vladislav takes care of board 2, then Team Russia is going to jump out to a lead.
And I'm, just looking all around, Danny, and I see another rook endgame, this time between Hikaru Nakamura and Vishwanathan Anand. And we have to like Anand's chances in that one because he is up a clean pawn. Mm-hmm. And it's not the pawn that we just saw Jan Nepomniachtchi, this kind of weird pawn structure. No, this is as clean a pawn as it gets. And whether it's winning is a very important question, but you have to love Vishy's position, just up a clean one.
So what are the plans in these types of endings for viewers? Because you're up this clean pawn, but it's backward, kind of. Okay, you could always trade it and then have the A pawn, but so many people, the old cliche, right? All rook endings are drawn. So how do you take advantage of the fact that you have this extra pawn? I guess right there, you put your rook behind the pawn, making sure that when you do make this trade, the A pawn instantly becomes a runner, right? How you like them apples?
That's a very good move because it forces black to consider, like, how do I actually do anything here? Right. And it's a big problem because the rook c3 played, and now b4, I imagine there's going to be an attempt at rook c4. And so, just try to stop these pawns on the queen side. You can also take on b4 as well, and then probably put your rook on c5, your c rook on c5, or put your rook on a5 first. Right. Just stop the pawn in its tracks. But I think you have to capture, now that I'm actually analyzing lines, because if you allow b5 and this pawn is protected and passed, you're going to get in big trouble. So a b4, rook takes b4 seems like a necessary trade, unfortunately, for Hikaru, and which makes Vishy's rook a2 move so smart because you're already behind your passed pawn.
Okay, well, we see Hikaru is thinking, no longer. He takes it. I just highlighted rook a5, and Hikaru does indeed go for it. I anticipated maybe rook b5 for Vishy, but in hindsight, I could be wrong about that because the obvious idea for black would be to trade and quickly play rook b3, and this is not the ideal position for your rook to have to guard a b pawn. Hikaru still playing quickly, right? You highlighted you obviously prefer Vishy. He's up a clean pawn, but Hikaru maybe thinks he can hold. Whoa, actually, that move looks very nice. This is looking harder for white to make progress here if black has these rooks sort of already ideally placed.
Right. And what white would want to do is somehow play rook f4 and pile up on the f7 pawn, but with the rook on a7, it's so safe and sound. And Vishy needs his king to join in. Like somehow he needs to get his king to run over to the queen side. If that king were on b2, the game would be over. But that king's not getting to b2 for sure. And so Hikaru's just going to shuffle back and forth and claim that Vishy actually can.
How does he stop that plan of king b2? As you pointed out, you've got the rook on f4, not just to hit f7, but actually to guard f2. So what if that plan begins and here he goes, king f1? How do you stop this plan?
Probably just rook a2.
Okay. and you keep the king on the first rank, and if he goes too far, maybe this other rook over here kind of jumps in at some point.
Oh yeah, I would just shuffle between the open files and try to
Okay.
double my rooks on the second rank, and your a pawn already can't move because I have the a5 square under my control, and so I think that Hikaru is certainly doing enough here to hold the balance.
Well, I was testing you to see if you knew how to hold. A good job, a great job. Hikaru seems to be happy that you got through his rook ending test, along with more than 16,000 of you with us across a bunch of different platforms. Thanks for being here. We love you, and this is the first ever FIDE.chess.com Online Nations Cup. Stick around, give us a follow or a subscribe if you're just tuning in for the first time. This event will be going all week with the top chess nations or territories and many of the world's best chess players battling it out for glory.
Danny, it's quite funny, by the way, that Vichy's rating appears 1800 just because it's like the the rating you're given when you're playing your first standard games.
Well, Vichy created a new account. Vichy had another account on our site for a long time. I can tell you that was anonymous. Then as he began doing more events, he wanted an account that wasn't necessarily for commentary but to play. But apparently he hadn't dabbled in Rapid yet. So a provisional Rapid rating. Hikaru is going to lose some rating points in this game, probably no matter what. So that's funny. Robert, still so many interesting games. I don't even know where to go.
How about we go to the game between Yu Yangyi and Bassem Amin, because Bassem has 30 seconds left. He just made his move, and now it's 44 seconds. But it's looking very tough for the only African player to ever cross 2,700, who is super talented. But look at how passive his position is, completely dominating for white here. And the C pawn is nice just because if I eventually win your B7 pawn, there goes my C pawn as a runner, and black just can't move anywhere. I mean, the best you can do is like King G8 next and go Rook C7, freezing all of your pieces.
Well, the last move, A5, that was chosen by black, Yu Yangyi kind of just sitting pretty. You could play B3 if you're really into torture. King H2 is almost the same in the sense that you just point out black is not going anywhere. This king might begin a journey that ultimately heads over into the center here on E6 or D6. There really are no moves. Point out that there is no trade of C pawn for B pawn for black. That's why he played H6. Rook C8 would have been met by Rook B7, and you can't take C5 because of this check winning the bishop. So that explains Bassem Amin's last move, H6, where he'd like to play a move like Rook C8 to try to trade C for B here. But of course, Yu Yangyi can do a number of things, including things like Rook C7 if he's not into that.
Yeah, this one is in the books. I think the result is already written, unfortunately, for Bassem Amin and Team Rest of the World. But not a good start at all for him. I just was looking through the game very quickly. It seemed like he was just really soundly outplayed by Yu Yangyi, whose rating has taken a tumble in not recent months because there's been no over-the-board chess, but his classical rating has taken a tumble in the year 2019, but still a very strong player.
Quickly, we jump over to the fact that Hikaru Nakamura and Vichy Anand have agreed to a draw. Obviously, after bluffing at the idea of king to F1 and being met by Robert Hess's suggestion. Who's teaching who rook endings, right? Robert Hess is showing Hikaru the way, just kidding. And they do indeed repeat. The game is drawn. Hikaru, I guess, a successful result to start for Team USA, drawing a former world champion with the black pieces. But it's going to depend on how the other games go, I think, in many ways. Fabiano Caruana and Vidit Gujrathi maybe also headed for peace in this game.
Although, you look at an endgame like this, Danny, and you look at the bishop pair, and that at first glance, you're like, gotta love the bishop pair, just because of the scope of, say, a bishop on E4, hitting the C6 pawn, hitting the G6 pawn. But it feels like black has a sort of fortress going on here, where the only way I see white pressing forward is eventually playing G4. But once you trade off the pawns on G4, then a knight E3 check, kicking the king away from the attack on the F5 square. And once the king retreats, then you bring your knight back to F5. So it's interesting to note that I don't think that white can really make progress.
Yeah. A tough one for sure. Speaking of tough, Levon Aronian does indeed go down to the Sybil Elephant. Vladislav Artemiev gets a huge win for Russia. And this was the game of the day, game of the round. If you're just tuning in, quickly highlight for you what seemed like a plan gone wrong for Levon Aronian, committing to G5. Normally not a bad idea, and maybe would have been okay if he's a little bit worse on queen takes G5, but he plays H takes G5, and look at this move by Artemiev. Rook to D5, a rook sacrifice that cuts off the queen's communication, and the rest was almost just history. And then e5, Robert said maybe this is really an even better move. It cuts off the queen's attack of g5 so that you can start blowing things open. We left this one behind, but Artemiev just started cleaning up. When you have a big attack, it often evolves into a material advantage, and that's what happened here for the young Russian, who's just continuing to impress people. What a game here by Vladislav Artemiev.
Well, Danny, let's stay in this match and go to the game between JKD and Andrekin, because
I was just about to say that. Had that Polish fighter username, Jan Krzysztof Duda, known as the Polish fighter on chess.com. This is about to get spicy after this move g5.
I mean, White's just completely winning, though. White's a pawn, and there are 2 pass pawns on the queen side. And so, maybe Andreikin just hoping for some chaos, like you said, with g5 trying to break through on the e5 square, for instance. But that pawn on b6 is just a step away from becoming a queen. And it's just a matter of a little bit of precision here by JKD. I would probably just, how many good moves? b7 might even be possible here. But I don't know if you want to rush that decision just yet. I was thinking that if I go b7 and you take, I'll have bishop d6 followed by bishop b5, and your knight on d7 is toast. But bishop d4 is just more prudent.
I think you might have been right. I mean, some variations that happen here where you get rook c7, I don't know. But maybe black has queen b5. Okay, so it's not just winning. Indeed, he just puts the bishop back to d4. Says he'll protect e5 the old-fashioned way. But if black takes here, that's why I said it's getting spicy. So what's the next follow-up? How do you...
I just played bishop b5.
Bishop b5. Okay. Yeah, that's tough.
And at some moment, I will just play a4, a5, a6, and get one of those pawns to become a new queen.
Dmitry Andreikin, representing Russia here in this Online Nations Cup, in a very tough spot against Jan Krzysztof Duda. Yeah, he's sacrificing the exchange, the kind of thing you would think black should go for in a bad position like this. He's, like you said, he's trying to mix it up, but it looks like the young man from Poland, the Polish #1 representing Team Europe here in this event, is, one of the most dangerous board threes. I mean, obviously it's hard to say that. You have Leonid Dominguez-Perez, Wesley Soap, and Talahari Krishna, but this guy is a star, and no one wants to play him.
Certainly not. And we did have a draw on the board between Anna Muzichuk and Alexander Goryachkina. And I just saw, speaking of Dominguez and Harikrishna, they drew their game. Rajabov is drawn against in his game against Wang Hao. So
one of the only games we didn't actually look at. So failure on our part. We will make sure we check out. Give Tamor the love he deserves starting in the next round versus Wang Hao.
Yeah, I think the next game will hopefully be more interesting than this one was.
Yep. Well, like you said, it's hard to find a better fighting game than this one. I'm curious what's going on in Ollie Reza's game. He's definitely better here. Will this be enough? It's one of those things where when you look at a position like this, everybody, there's either a way to take advantage of the bad pieces as they exist now, or this game is probably just going to peter out to a draw. So, you're looking at a vulnerable bishop. You see the pressure here. You could even play a move like bishop h3 in some positions to deal with the threat of the bishop on g4. But will it be enough, right?
Bishop h3 is the move to keep that pressure on the diagonal. But then black will probably play f5 to shut off that bishop. And f5 is a very committal move because now you've weakened squares all across your king side, whether it's the g5 square, the g6 pawn, the e6 square. But I don't like this pin on my knight on d7. So I would probably, if white plays bishop h3, follow it up with pawn to f5.
Well, there's also moves like knight d5 coming, which will hit the rook as well as the bishop on e8 with that discovery. And again, it just feels like the practical thing to do is to play bishop h3 first and then ask questions later, right? Because what exactly does Wei Yi have? And I almost want to induce f5 to see if there's any further tactics.
Well, you're going to let black off the hook if you move your bishop anywhere else, right? Then I can move my knight out of the way.
Firouzja, obviously from Iran, now flying under the FIDE flag as far as chess events go, recently relocated to France. One of the biggest stars on the planet as far as the chess world goes, and but facing off against someone else who's also considered in many ways a future challenger maybe for the world championship title. So a great matchup here.
We have to do this because there's so many games. It looks like Fabiano Caruana has stolen a pawn
I
from
was
Vidit
just,
Gujrati.
but and also the time pressure is the key. I was spying that game because of the clock over here and just watching Vidit get under a minute and continue to think now with only 42 seconds.
Yes, and Vidit, finding this recapture on c5. So right now it is even material. But the good news for Fabiano in terms of his winning chances, because only White can win a game like this, is that now it's not a symmetrical pawn structure. White has this pawn that would love to go f5, f6. So if I start with bishop to b2 and then play f5, sometimes the threat is stronger than the execution. And especially if I can make two moves at once, like bishop b2, bishop d4, your knight is frozen on c5. So I think after bishop b2, Black has to retreat that knight to d7, both covering f6 and stopping this bishop d4 threat, which is coming. But you're kind of on thin ice here as Vidit Gujrati.
Well, same idea by Fabiano as what you're highlighting, just a different path. Coming to e3, surely has intentions of hitting the a7 pawn. Something about the bishop on this diagonal he liked, Robert, is that maybe when he pushes the f-pawn, there's ideas of the bishop coming to h6 in some spots. So Fabiano doing the right practical thing here to maybe even confuse his opponent, who's going to be living off the increment here for a while. Remember, everybody, with this time pressure, he still has a chance to hold if you're talking about Vidit Gujrati. They gain 10 seconds back with every move. It is 25 minutes plus a 10-second increment throughout the game. So it's holdable as far as the time goes, right? But not easy.
Yeah, and that's really where it's going to come down to is the clock. But Vidit gets 10 seconds with every move. So as long as he can avoid any kind of major slip up, he will be able to regain some of the time on the clock. And so even though he's down into the 40-second territory, 30-second territory, and in time trouble, he will have time to rebuild his clock.
All right, let's quickly back out of this game because speaking of letting it slip, I wonder if that's exactly what Alireza has done over here against Wei Yi, because Black got out of that bind and is not down any material to show for him. When we left, Alireza was in the critical spot. He indeed chose to go to f3 instead of keeping the pressure as we were talking about, and somehow Wei Yi unwound here. So normally we are never correct when comparing our chess analysis to top players, but it seems like Alireza misevaluated, miscalculated something here because while still doing okay with this extra b-pawn, I don't know that he wins this one anymore.
Well, I don't know about that self-deprecation. Normally, we are never correct when talking about.
I was talking about
games.
myself, Robert. You're always correct.
Well, I actually like Black's position now. So you're completely correct in the sense that White had a dominating-looking position and everything has slipped because look at Black's pawn structure. Everything is compact over there on the king side, whereas now for White, the pawn on b5 looks like an asset, but very soon it may become a liability as, a quick bishop d3 hitting that b5 pawn, you may not be able to protect it. And rook c1 here, I guess, is technically possible.
Rook C3?
But the point is that the b pawn starts running.
That would have been wild. Okay, we may just end up seeing a repeating of moves here, right? Alireza definitely, maybe we'll have time to look at it more closely, but something went wrong, undeniably so, despite my best attempts at self-deprecation, and I think it was that bishop f3 moment. All right, okay. That crazy line, okay, they do end up just repeating. That crazy line Robert was showing with the move rook to c1 maybe would have worked, who knows, but in a line like this, Black could easily at least bring the bishop back and always give it up, worst case scenario. So they don't go for it. Let's back up and go back to one of the only, two games remaining. Maria Muzichuk and Ho Yifan. They are also—
I see 3 games.
I don't have the third game. What is that one?
There's Fabiano's game, Maria Muzichuk versus Yifan, and Anna Zatonsky versus Humpy. Let's go to Humpy and Anna Zatonsky.
I don't have that game up. What is the username there?
Anna Zatonsky.
Okay.
Or sorry, Zatonsky Anna.
Zatonsky Anna. For some reason, that's not a game I have up here, and I'm going to follow it right now.
I mean, it's an absolutely fascinating game in mutual time trouble where one person's king is on g3, and that is Anna Zatonsky's king, and Humpy Koneru's king on g7 is also exposed. So
wow. Okay, so and this has been one we highlighted as a key for India. Humpy Koneru gonna be favored against most of the top women's players in the world. And
bishop e4. What a move, though.
What a move.
Because you
this is why she's favored.
What?
You can't take. Whoa. Wait. Rook c3, queen a1. Is this messing it up? The idea was black was going to fork the king and queen, But on rook c3, queen a1. Okay, queen e5 check is just winning on the spot. Yeah, that's a blunder.
Uh-oh. Queen e5, queen f4, rook takes e3. So
Yep.
in time trouble, Anna Zatonski just, I guess, forgetting that her knight can be captured once the queen is pinned on f4. And you never want to allow checks like that in time trouble. That's really one of these vital things is, if your king's out in the open, any check could lead to mate. And Anna, unfortunately for her, she's dropping this knight on e3. And that means India is jumping out to a lead.
Yep. Unfortunately for Anna, the time scramble doesn't pay off. We saw that happen too many times in her match versus Greg Shahade in the recent I'm Not a Grandmaster Speed Chess Championship. I think if White plays something like rook c5, but this is very hard to hold, right? This is a position a computer can hold. Very difficult for White to play a position with a king on g3, and no surprise that Black gets the W. So, all right, where would you like to go? 2 games remaining. We have Maria Muzichuk versus Hou Yifan. We have Fabiano Caruana versus Vidit Gujrathi. I'm into whatever you're into.
Let's go to the Fabiano game just because we saw India take a 2-1 lead, and Fabiano needs to win this game to even the match. And kudos to Team India, by the way, because on paper, it felt like they were sort of the underdogs. But as I sort of foreshadowed yesterday, Humpy Koneru is so strong that on the the women board there, it's going to be hard to take her out. And in this game remaining between Fabiano and Vidit, I mean, look at the king on f5. I think White is venturing closer and closer to winning territory. And I don't know the exact move order, but some kind of king e6, bishop d6 check, throw the f pawn forward. Looks like very good winning chances. Maybe not king e6 yet, because then c3 to give up the c pawn for the f pawn. But it just looks like it's close to a victory for White.
Yeah, I agree. I like your king e6 as well because it also just kind of holds the knight, right? You're keeping this knight even further out of any potential defensive territory to help with the f-pawn. I have a hard time stopping your plan. King e6 and rushing the f-pawn feels...
But c3 is the response after king e6.
King e6, c3, the take, the trade, and there's no way for White to quickly enter, actually, to the queen side because the bishop and the knight hold all the squares. So that's why Fabiano is thinking and wisely using his time advantage. 8 minutes to less than 30 seconds.
And I saw Hikaru in the chat, and I was thinking the same. I always look at a rook pawn, I look at a bishop, and you look at this a7 pawn. So the a6 pawn, excuse me, and you look at your bishop on h5. You want to keep a light square bishop if things get traded off, and somehow Black is able to get the king over to that corner. And Fabiano moving very quickly, putting more pressure on Vidit's clock here.
Well, and now the threat of king d5 is real because even with the knight coming back to b6, you'll play king to c6, king to b7 to follow. And that was kind of the idea I was hoping to make work with the king coming to e6, but it wasn't possible. But king d5 here, okay, you have to be careful with knight f6 check, right? And then that would force the obstacle bishop ending.
Yes, and also knight b8 is a threat too, to win the a6 pawn.
Oh, wow. Okay, so if king d5, knight f6 check, that would be a drawn ending. The trade is forced because of the fork, and Black is holding. So king d5 is off the table. What about bishop to d4, but then knight to b8? Are we just trading a7 for a6?
And also bishop d4, knight f6 check still.
That's yeah, it's coming no matter what, whether you play king d5 or not. So bishop e2 might have to be the move. At least that stops knight b8 because the bishop takes c4, hitting a6.
Yeah, bishop e2, knight c5 check, and I win the a pawn. So I'll give the c pawn for the a pawn and try to hold that one. But practically, Danny, you're absolutely correct that you need to at least keep some imbalance, some hope of pressing forward. But once I win the a6 pawn, all I need to do is trade off a piece and sacrifice my remaining one for the f pawn, and that should be a pretty straightforward task for Vidit.
Well, Fabiano taking his time here before figuring out what to do.
Indeed. Danny, we have that one other game remaining by Yifan and Maria Muzichuk, where Maria Muzichuk is up a pawn, but it looks like Yifan is first because her rook is behind her passed pawn.
Wow.
And she's just pushing those pawns forward.
What a turnaround in this game. You just see from going back to it, comparing where we were, Black is just in a winning position with the rook coming behind the pawn. Here comes the a pawn, nothing for White to do. We'll have to take a look and back up and show a few moves as far as how we got to this position, but this is now now easily winning for black. I want to go back to the Fabiano game just because it looks like it's petering out and Vidit is actually holding.
And that's huge for Team India because if Vidit makes this half point, they win their first round match against Team USA.
Yeah, hard to imagine a way that white converts now that black is in almost sack a minor territory, right? I mean, where you could give up a knight for the F pawn and still be drawing.
Yep. And I just don't see anything. I'm trying to look across the board, even for some kind of tactical idea. What you would love to have, the best case scenario for white, is 2 bishops versus a knight. And a knight is just very bad against a bishop pair. You can try to run away, but you'll probably be hunted down. But I don't think Vidit's going to allow this ever. And as you see him checking and bringing his knight back to d7, he's going to keep blockading that f pawn so that white can make no progress.
Yeah. So is there any trick left here for Fabiano and Team USA? Obviously, you want to keep the game going as long as you can because Gujarati only has 20 seconds. But
some kind of
timely,
I don't see it. Yeah, I was going to say some timely bishop h6 check, but that's not happening. And now bishop b4.
Ooh, that's a pin. But bishop b4 might just be met by king f6, I guess.
Exactly. So you're looking at, oh wait, black blunders a piece here.
Black blunders a piece, but no, he did it on purpose, right? I do that a lot, where I blunder and try to justify it was a sacrifice. It doesn't work out as well as it's going to for Vidit here.
Yes, because you win the remaining pawn in white's position. So even though you are down a minor piece, you steal that last pawn. It is a draw.
Hoey Fawn has indeed converted on that game. That was a wild one. She holds her first game of the event with black, where she was definitely feeling the heat there for a while. But kudos to the still women's #1 in both rapid and classical and former women's world champion Hoey Fawn.
And if you want a critical moment in that game, Danny, whenever you want to bring that up, there was a nice shot by her move 30. So we liked that white had firm control of the e4 square, and black's 30th move was, hey, look at this move, e4. What a move.
Braunstein, eat your heart out, right?
Opening up that bishop, giving that bishop an attack on the knight on c3, and bishop d4 a big threat, pinning and winning the queen on e3. So overlooked by Maria Muzichuk, seen by Hoey Fawn, and that's a beautiful move to be able to play.
Those are the type of tactics that positional puzzle books are made of, and one you should really, really take a note of here as far as always keeping an idea like that in your back pocket. And it is indeed the jokes of Braunstein eat your heart out. Just we think of the Renaissance grandmasters in the 50s and 60s. Guys, moves like that became a regular thing for black in the King's Indian, even when there weren't brilliant tactics like the one Ifan had here with the pin of the queen. So very nicely done there, a positional breakthrough that fixes the bad bishop. And then she goes on to be better in the rook ending and ultimately converts here with this nice rook behind the pawn maneuver. Very nice. Okay. All right, we'll go back to the only game remaining. Hoey Fawn does indeed get the win as black. And I feel like we're going to see a lead for India after Vidit Gujarati holds this one against Caruana.
Yes, the king on g5, bishop on f6. I mean, you've firmly protected the f6 square, but watch out. Now that the king is separated from the minor pieces, king e6 threatens to win a piece and win it in a way that doesn't give up that remaining pawn. So it's looking, a little iffy with that king on h4. I don't like it out there, but you probably have to move your bishop to say a1. That's where I would put my bishop, just to keep f6 protected and keep my bishop as far away from your king as possible.
Bishop to g5 committed there makes sense because of the threat you highlighted. King e6 was on the agenda. But yeah, given the time pressure that Gujarati's facing and that Fabi's still creating tricks, this is not easy.
And I would continue just trying to poke at this knight on d7. So I played bishop a5 or bishop b4. Okay, to me, I don't think there's a huge difference. Maybe there is that I'm not seeing. But the king e6 coming next, that knight needs to find a safe square. And as I said earlier, what white would love to do is win this bishop on g5 for the f-pawn, leave black with the knight against the 2 bishops, because fending off 2 bishops with just a knight, I mean, that's just, you're going to lose that in the time scramble for sure.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. And on that point, Robert's idea was basically threatened on the board. If the knight had gone to the queen side instead of what Vidit did, then white really would have been in a great position to force this bishop to sacrifice itself. So So as tricky as this is, it's kind of forced for Vidit because he needs both pieces keeping an eye on this magical f6 square to hold white off.
And if Vidit is able to give up his knight for the pawn, then it's a very easy draw because you keep your bishop on the long diagonal and you put your king on h8 and your bishop on a1, if you can visualize that, and there's nothing white can do to make progress.
Oh, so the black king goes and the bishop stays on a1 and it's over. Right. That would be the easy draw is a bishop versus the other two. You don't want the knight.
And look at this, already a tough moment because if that knight moves and white gets f6,
do we just have bishop e7?
Bishop e7 looks good.
Bishop e7. Okay, now f6 and the bishop has to give itself up. This is exactly what you don't want if you're Gujrathi.
No, this I might even already be losing, but you're certainly going to lose it in a time scramble.
Yeah, this is theoretically, I don't know the theory and probably should have practiced more drill positions to know this one, but from a practical point of view, it feels like white just has to be winning here. How can you hold this with 20 seconds on the clock? The two bishops are so menacing. Bishop d2, for example, here. Just start strangling. Exactly. Fabi finds it. These are the kind of moves that give the knight nightmares.
Nice little play on words there.
It was totally accidental. It is early in the morning.
The knight's just losing ground, and you wait for the knight to move because knights cannot lose tempi, and that's an essential point. That bishops can move on the diagonal and lose some time. Knights cannot do the same. And so if you play knight e2, I can play bishop b7 check and keep my king coming closer, inching forward.
He blunders bishop b7.
No, bishop b7, king g4.
And it's over. Wait,
no, king g4.
Oh, LOL, LOL.
Oh, Danny.
Oh man. I blame the coffee, but let's be honest, no one would buy that anyway. Bishop f4. Okay, he goes to f2. Again, you're trying to sort of corral the pony, right? Knight not being threatened really, as long as it's protected by the king. So he pushes the a pawn.
And Fabi was sort of waiting to take the pawn, but now he had to. And the reason why he's waiting is there's a 50 move rule in chess, where if there's no piece capture or no pawn move for 50 moves.
Knight e2 would lose a piece here to bishop d1, by the way.
It would, yes. But
and
so now the 50 move rule is in full force, Danny.
Right.
And so what move was that pawn capture on?
It was on move 99. So we have a move 149 before the 50 move rule would be in play. But it is potentially drawing territory for black. But I mean, okay, if Vidit holds this, I mean, does he get a medal?
You're going to have to ask Vishy because he's team captain as well as board one. So he's the one who can hand those things out. But this looks so hard to hold.
Yep. I mean, just in the position, everyone, knight h5 and knight to e2 both lose to bishop d1 on the spot. Obviously, f5 and e4 are off the table as well. You can't play knight h1 because of bishop f3.
So the knight can only move to f1, which doesn't look like a good square. So king e2, that's king g4. I'd say a king move, keeping the king and the knight close together feels like the right strategy. But now bishop d1 check. You start separating the king and the knight. There it is. The king has to go up to g5. Then throw in a bishop e3 check. You're forcing the king up the board away from the knight.
Yep. Reminds me of the queen's approach to winning against king and rook, separating the pieces and then trapping and corralling one or winning it due to some sort of crossfire check. So you can play king h4 though, right? I mean, I know you don't want to be on the edge, but okay. So the choice was stay on the edge and protect the knight or risk their separation.
But king h4 ran into bishop f2 and then king f4. So I'm just pushing you like more and more towards the side over there.
Yep.
And now I think we're already close to winning territory. And yeah, I mean, where's your king going?
Okay, so now can the knight just be trapped?
Oh, you're totally separated. This has to be a win in just like a few moves. I mean, I don't see it yet, but I just, I know from my studies of chess that with the knight and the king so separated here, there just must be a win in the next few moves. Maybe bishop b3 check to start.
Well, you'd love to play bishop d1, but the king comes back to g6 and protects h5.
Actually, that also looks good. Then king e6 there. You're just trying to checkmate this king. It's not even just about the knight. You're combining winning the knight with trying to checkmate the king.
That's nice. So he does go for it, because if king g6, king e6, you're like, that's a very nice point, Robert. And Fabiano agrees. Here comes bishop to c2 check. In some positions, or depending on what happens, like if the knight goes to h5, for example, then you would just play bishop c2 check and continue to force the king into the corner.
That's right. And as you can just tell by a nice geometry, right? A knight loses access to squares when it gets to the side of the board. A knight on g3 only has 6 squares, whereas a knight on the center of the board has 8. So simple math and simple geometry here, talking about how the knight's moving around here. Here's bishop c2 check. The next move actually might be king f5, because that knight, I think, is trapped, right? After king f5. And this king e7, which, oh, he's going for the mate. I was going for the knight. But it seems like
the knight will not last too much longer. Okay, but now that you've separated them, really, okay, there's bishop f4 for a little bit of tickle, and then bishop to g5. So if you happen to be hearing us or tuning in on YouTube, we can confirm that the show is live. It seems to be a Twitch issue. Twitch was temporarily down, not our stream. If that happens to happen again, depending on what's happening over at Twitch, you can go to youtube.com/chess, where the show is live and never went down. So, again, apologies for that. Apologizing for Twitch in this occasion, that their servers were temporarily down. But again, YouTube is still going strong.
And Fabiano's winning chance is still going strong here, because, as we were talking about, the knight and king being separated in this position, and it just needs a little bit of precision. Fabiano knows he's in, he's in the victory lap here. He's ready to take this one home. The knight goes back to h5. It can't go back to f6 from here because bishop d4. So, just how do we get this piece? I still believe bringing the king to f5 is the way to go. So king e6. The knight only has one safe square on g3.
I don't know that it's necessary, though. I mean, is it? So I was highlighting the bishop coming to g5. I want to find some way to just put the knight in zugzwang. Maybe there's no way to do that without the king coming and sort of helping, like you said.
I mean, the knight's already on the side of the board. So I'm just trying to run after it and ask you where you think your king is going, which is...
He plays bishop g5. This is what I thought, but I still don't see a follow-up on knight g3. If knight g3, maybe then your move king e6. Because, yeah, indeed, because the king is set up in a wall here, everybody. The two bishops working together to control the entire 6th rank. Yeah, this is... The knight is running out of time. Vidit is running out of drawing chances here. A great game for the board two from India, but almost doesn't count, right? No one wants a pat on the back.
Yes, and the problem is it seems like
the knight is just trapped now. King f5, king g4.
Right, and he missed his chance to really just make the draw on the spot. And once you miss those opportunities and the game goes on, the longer these games go, your losing chances certainly increase because you're on the defensive side. And yeah, that knight is a goner now.
Right. Hikaru Nakamura confirming in the chat that two bishops for the knight is a winning endgame. It just depending on some of the maybe some of the awkwardness of a starting position, it can take more than 50 moves. So the technique that Fabiano is showing here seems to be straightforward. The king goes back to g7. Again, the point is the king has to control the f6 square so that a move like king g4 is met with knight f6. Bishop e2 would draw the game. Don't do that.
I think you just can move your dark square bishop now and then go king g5.
Yeah, zugzwang. It's interesting to note. I didn't know what Hikaru said, that the two bishops for the knight is pretty much always a winning ending, just depending on the situation. So good to note. Okay, now the king has to go to h7, and we can play like bishop f7.
Looks good. You could, yep.
Bishop f7, knight g7 check. Yeah, he goes for it.
The knight is just bad. It's already in a place where it has a minimal amount of squares, and as you see it go to a square like g7, then it only has access, to 4 squares still, and you're just losing ground, and the black king is in trouble. And
by the way, the computer Stockfish we're running that runs on our server in real time. Sometimes they struggle in earlier, more complicated positions, but here it has now officially announced mate in 17 for white.
Yeah, I think you're just losing the knight by force, right?
Yep.
So king h7, king g5, king h8, king g6, and well, you're getting checkmated right away in that line.
Crazy stuff. This is one of those endgames, Robert, where you lose the knight and it doesn't bring any relief. You lose the knight and you're mated within a couple moves anyway.
Yes, and I mean, it's kind of a tragic result there for Vidit, but all credit to Fabiano Caruana, who pushed Vidit not just on the board, but on the clock throughout the entire game. He made the most of his time advantage. And now, as we see here, he's about to secure the full point and tie the match for Team USA. And I mean, you know, that Anna Zatonski versus Humpy Canero game, that was a toss-up as well. That was mutual time trouble. It could have gone either way. And this one did seem like a cleaner game in the sense that only Fabiano had the chances. And credit as well to Hikaru Nakamura for holding off Vichy with black, and Leonard Dominguez for finding his knight d5 concept to save his game against Hare Krishna.
Well, as we saw there, one last chance at stalemate denied. Fabiano Caruana finishes with a checkmate on the board. Not something you see every day, but with that scoreboard about to be updated, it will be a level matchup between Team India and Team USA at the end of it. But there we have it. After the first round of play, Europe and Russia deadlocked, India and USA deadlocked, China with a 3-1 lead over Team World. Now, what's interesting is remember that in the double round robin format, these players and teams will face off against a different team here coming up in round 2. It is not a just flip colors and play again affair. So it'll be exciting. This is round 1 in the books, right? We'll see what kind of storyline that leads when these two teams, or these 6 teams, play each other again much later on in the event. So, okay, well, I mean, Robert, exciting. Round 1 is in the books, right?
Extremely exciting, and I don't think anybody will be surprised to see China jump out to a lead. Everyone was talking about how China was the presumptive favorite heading into this event, and well, they made the most of their chances. Yifan proved that she's ready to play. We didn't like her position out of the gates, but she found the timely E4 shot, which allowed her to defeat Maria Muzichuk with the black pieces. And China is looking very, very good as a team, and they're out to the early lead after just 1 round.
Yep. Well, we will be back here with some time to review the highlights, the lowlights, everything that was round 1 here in the first ever Online Nations Cup. And then, of course, round 2 gets underway. So if you happen to just be tuning in, lucky for you, the day is just beginning. Don't go anywhere. More of this exciting event in just a few minutes.
A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
And as we welcome you back in, round one in the books for the Nations Cup here, the hashtag Nations Cup is how you can stay involved, get involved, give us your opinion. Please let us know your feedback if you have any, and of course, play along with our daily question. Give us a good answer, and your Twitter account might be shown on the show, as well as get a diamond membership on chess.com. Pretty obvious in terms of how to start off the event, Robert, right? I mean, a little bit of cheating because round one's in the books, so now they get to pick Team China as the favorite. But, you know, which team did you think coming in would win the FIDE Chess.com Online Nations Cup? Let us know your answer and why.
At first, I thought you were talking directly to me, and then I realized you were talking to the viewers.
I'm always talking directly to you. Whether I actually want to hear your answer is another question, but I am always talking to you.
Well, I will answer the question. So for everybody, you still should get involved. But I would have to say, and not just because of that first round result, Team China, they're just so strong from top to bottom. Their team is stacked with Ding Liren not even playing in that first round. And they have Hou Fan, they have Zhu Wenjun. So they sort of just have not a single vulnerability in their lineup. And they're just, you know, I think going to be the favorite from start to finish unless someone comes in with the upset.
Completely agree. I also agree that there's more than one fun way to watch the games on chess.com. You can do it on the go using your Apple or Android device. Make sure you click on that watch tab. That's my little avatar right there. I filmed those screenshots directly from my phone, Robert. You can click on the watch tab, choose the game you want, and pull it up in real time. You can easily chat along with people that are in the game chat of the games too. Sometimes that's a fun thing to do. Also want to take a second to remind everybody of one of our newest extensions here at chess.com. Part of the chess.com family is the Dr. Wolf app. For those who haven't tried it, it is one of the most amazing tools I have ever witnessed as far as an artificially intelligent way. Dr. Wolf, as much as he looks like your uncle who you would really love to spend time with and probably get some meaningful life advice, he's actually an artificially intelligent being and gives really great chess advice, so they should check it out. Robert, let's talk about the standings currently. Obviously, the way the points are listed is, remember, it is 2 points for a won match, 1 point for a drawn match. So that is not an error on our scoreboard, everybody. Team China was the only team to get a match victory there. Every other team either drew besides Team World, who obviously lost to Team China. So now that the pairings are revealed, we know that China is going to take on India, Russia, USA, and Europe versus World. Your quick thoughts before we dive into some of the chess highlights of that round about what we're going to see ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking at the individual pairings, and I note that Yifan is subbed out for Zhu Wenjun. Wesley So is making his debut, replacing Lenier Dominguez, despite Lenier Dominguez having a good result. So I think in the early stages of this, the players just getting their feet wet. The lineups will be changing. And then after, say, 5 rounds, when certain players are showing that they're in great form or some are maybe in iffy shape, then we'll see lineups start stabilizing. But I do really anticipate the introduction of Zhu Wenjun and also Irina Krush with the white pieces against Alexander Goryachkina. I think this round ahead with Russia versus USA being the most interesting because that matchup between Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Anytime you have those two players in a game, you're going to be happy.
Yeah, I agree. And of course, we'll dive into each particular matchup and talk about the subs that have happened, as Robert already mentioned, foreshadowing Hou Fan. We'll sit this one out for Zhu Wenjun. But we'll get into each player and who's going to be facing off here in round 2 in a second. Let's dive into some of the chess here, Robert, that we didn't have a chance to look at. Again, if you happen to be just tuning in, obviously it's 12 very elite games going on. We can't always keep our eye on every exact moment. I think we caught some of the best games of the round, but one of the ones that really didn't get any attention at all was this one between Crimson 84, who is Grandmaster Wang Hao, and Timur Rajabov, username pretty self-explanatory. I'm going to go through and let you kind of stop me as you think we have something interesting. We had a classical Nimzo Indian, nothing too theoretically challenging here. Part of the reason we didn't look that closely at it is, as you said yourself during the round, wasn't the spiciest game. The queens left the board early. More pieces were traded.
I do want to point something out, an instructive moment there.
Yeah,
just
go ahead.
When the queen went to a4, queen d7, and the queen ended up going to c2 and the queen to c6, it often favors white to place the knight in front of that pawn. So that is why Rajabov waited. Actually, not Rajabov. Rajabov put his queen to c6, but Wang Hao waited for the queen to get to c6 to capture there, trying to take control of the c file and prevent that c pawn from going to c5.
That's a great point. The little game of tickle there was precisely as you said, because black would much rather be advancing the c pawn to trade it, right, or find a way to maneuver and get pressure on the d file. But getting the knight in front of the c pawn is one of the long-term chances white might have. It didn't prove enough in this game, but nice little maneuver there from Wang Hao. Does have a small edge in this game throughout, but black eventually gets c5, and I don't know that this one really had much more to point out. I mean, obviously, from a structural perspective, you think white might have long-term chances, but the activity black has, this knight coming to c4 is just too much here, right?
Yeah, the pawn on b2, excuse me, is a weakness, and rook to b8 at any moment, knight to c4 is played in the game. They started trading pawns and trading pieces, and the result was a fair one, a split point.
Well, and we're just going to show quickly how that indeed occurred, but eventually, as Robert said, the simplification led to a very, very easy rook ending for both sides, and eventually the a pawn traded for the c pawn, and we had peace. So that was really the only game, Robert, that didn't get any attention from us, actually. There were so many other exciting games in round one. You mentioned before, as we came back, that maybe showing that technique from Fabiano Caruana might be interesting for people to really see how he strangled that victory out. You want to show that final climax of the two bishops outplaying the knight?
Yeah, absolutely. So,
Okay.
The problem always is, at this point, actually, right before the bishop went to g5, I think there's a critical moment for black that we should first highlight, because I didn't like it when he put his bishop on g5. And,
sorry, no, go ahead. I was just pulling up the analysis board with bishop g5 here. You didn't like this?
Yeah, so I thought the bishop should go to a1. And that way the bishop is as far away from the enemy king as possible. And that also leaves the g5 square open for the black king to run back to help reinforce the knight on f6. So I thought that was a more compact structure that would help black hold on to the game. And then you can just toggle the bishop between b2 and a1 in certain variations. But instead, the pieces sort of got in each other's way after bishop to g5. And he was never able to firmly protect the f6 square. And that's why Fabiano was able to break through.
That's a really great point. In real fashion, obviously, we were focused on the time pressure and the drama, and I admit I didn't really appreciate the detail of what you were saying, how important it was, and probably not. This isn't just a human advice from Grandmaster Robert Hess. I think objectively, Bishop A1 is probably the much better approach. Just even though the computers don't exactly agree that black is just losing after Bishop G5, we do see the evaluation immediately just start to shift. White is going to be better here than you would be if the bishop had maintained that perfect diagonal. And then again, from the practical perspective, we started seeing Vidit's time that he had gained go away. After bishop d3, the knight was in huge trouble. You'd like to go back to f6, but as we pointed out, bishop e7. So instead, he ends up making that fatal or forced decision to part ways. And you had foreshadowed as many moves as all the way back here, that the endgame you would want ultimately is a bishop versus the two bishops, not a knight versus the two bishops. And that's not what happened here, as black had to part way with the bishops. Again, now stop me here whenever you see it. I really think bishop a6 was a strong move. Fabiano just puts on a show of how to coordinate. Bishop d2 strangles everything. This knight is just already getting restricted. Very, very clean from here on out, right?
Yes, it was very clean, and he gained himself a few moves by not capturing the pawn yet. That's just something that for our less experienced viewers, I was trying to mention it during the game, there's a 50 move rule without a pawn move or a piece capture that results in an immediate draw. So if you can delay that pawn capture, the 50 move rule starts later, and that's why Fabiano didn't capture the pawn sooner.
And of course, Vidit knows that, so eventually he sort of says, you have to take my pawn. Fabiano says, okay, but he's already done so much to improve the coordination of the bishop, so he can afford it. and it didn't take long. As Hikaru Nakamura said in the chat, these endgames pretty much should be winning for white. Sometimes maybe a unique starting position makes it take more than 50 moves, but not this one, as the king and knight are already corralled. Very nice technique there with the king, not settling on this position, coming back to a more central one where it can both help to trap the knight, but also help the bishops kind of corral the king to the edge of the board. So that was spotted by you. Very nice technique, Robert, and eventually it was just over. And not every day we get to see checkmate on the board, so shout out to Vidit for giving the fans what they want, which is a checkmate. Am I wrong about that? Don't the fans want checkmate?
They absolutely do. And, you can benefit from a mouse slip. Let's say Fabiano did not capture that knight on G7 and just move the king to H6 or something like that. Then it's a stalemate and it's a draw.
Right. So, if we were in a live esports fashion like the Pro Chess League finals, I would ask the crowd directly. And I could ask the chat if you like checkmate or not. But asking chat questions can be dangerous. Either way, I do want to thank. We had, at some point, almost 17,000 of you with us. We're still over 14,000, and the round two has not even begun. I'm sure many will funnel their way back in. So this was a great game, a huge win for Fabiano Caruana that helped Team USA save face. Let's talk a little bit about the games coming up here, because we have a few more minutes before they get underway. They saved face against India with a tie. Now they face Team Russia. Vladislav Artemiev had the game of the round, beating Levon Aronian. We may have time to show you that one more time, but it was absolutely amazing if you missed it. I think the swing game might be that board 4 game you talked about. Irina Krush maybe holding on a little better than Anna Zatonski did against Alexandra Gorachkina.
And for Anna, you have to feel for her, because that game was such a toss-up. It was mutual time trouble, mutually exposed kings, and she ended up blundering her rook in a very tough position, and that could have gone either way. But Irina Krush with the white pieces is so solid, and she will be hard to get, to fend off first and foremost. But if you try to beat her, oh, good luck to you. And with that three-headed monster of Hikaru, Fabiano, and Wesley So, I know that those Russian players are tough, but I do think the USA has an edge on those top three boards.
I agree. I think Gorachkina being the favorite against Krush, but I think you were agreeing with me. They're going to need it, right? Because that three-headed monster, Nakamura, Caruana, So, wow. So, all right. Well, there's other matchups, of course, happening in round 2. Team World now gets the white pieces, so to speak, on board 1 against Team India. Tons of matchups here worthy of our attention, right? You note that Vidit Gujrathi being given a break there after losing a very tough, very long game against Fabiano Caruana. Not sure if that was Vidit's decision or if it was Vishy saying, hey, why don't you sit this one out, buddy? Remember, Vishy Anand is the only both player and captain in this event. So maybe we'll get some more insight on that. But your thoughts on what's going to happen now with Pentala Hari Krishna being moved to board 2?
I'm honestly fascinated about board 3, because Jorge Corey had the highest performance rating in the 2018 Olympiad, maybe a lesser known player because not over the 2,700 threshold. And Corey takes on Adiban, and Adiban is known as the Beast, and he has such a fun, entertaining style where he loves attacking chess and creativity. And I think that's the swing game in this match on board 3.
I can't wait for that. You're right. Corey, Adiban, I think we're going to have fireworks. So that might be the favorite game of the round. We'll see. But let's preview the third and final matchup. Notice Anish Giri stepping in for Team Europe there. Very anticipated. Following him on Instagram this morning, he took a selfie of himself with the other team photos, saying he wasn't in the lineup to start. But now Anish doesn't have to take a selfie of himself and do his own Photoshop. Anish is not very good at Photoshop. He looks better with our team there.
He certainly does. And, well, Team Europe will have to hope that his chess looks good as well, because Team China is in first place. They proved to be the team to beat early on here. And for Giri, he gets to play against Wei Yi. So that actually is where Team Europe should have their best chance, because it's a toss-up when you look at Ding Liren and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing, both players in the candidates and two of the strongest players in the world. And then Levon Aronian, he gets to take on Yu Yang Yi. He'll look to bounce back, but he gets the black pieces once again, so that will not be easy. And we do see two new players in Zhu Wenjun and Nana Zagnidze. Both of them are exceptionally talented players. I'm curious to see how that one will go, but will Zhu Wenjun with the black pieces, will she be able to handle Nana Zagnidze's solid style, or will that be a difficult matchup for her?
Can't wait to find out. As you said, we have set the tone here. That is the current scores as we head into round 2. Again, if you're just tuning in, Team China was the only team to get a match victory, and those are the pairings. So when we come back, There will be no delay. The games will have started. Don't go anywhere. Round 2 of the FIDE Online Nations Cup in just a moment.
A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
And welcome back in, everybody. More than 15,000 of you with us here watching the first ever Online Nations Cup. 24 of the world's best chess players, 6 of the world's top chess nations/territories, $180,000 in prizes. It is the richest online team chess event we have ever held here. And of course, it's in cooperation with FIDE. very exciting here, Robert. And the standings are right there. The pairings have already been previewed by us for those just tuning in. Guess what? The games have begun.
And I see the game that we have pulled up first is the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura. And what I'm reminded of when I see this position is Hikaru's beautiful win from the white side of this against Magnus Carlsen just the other day.
Very recently at the Magnus Invitational.
Exactly. And I mean, the difference is this bishop on f4 hasn't been captured. So typically you see a knight come to h5, capture this bishop on f4, but Jan plays a line with h3 so the bishop can always retreat and you can maintain more pressure on the queen side thanks to this superior bishop on f4 compared to the counterpart on e7.
Yeah, and I wonder, so what are the major differences? We know that Hikaru won a super beautiful knight endgame against Magnus Carlsen at the Invitational. That's not exactly going to be the structure here, right? If Jan wants to keep this bishop, that means knight h5 is probably not even going to be something black flirts with, right? So what's the approach here?
It's not going to be easy because essentially what black goes for is queen b7, rook f to a8, and then eventually try to play a6, b4. But if you don't play that quickly enough, then there can be some b5 counter shot, and then your rook on a6 looks very silly. So that's something that you always have to be careful of. Is white able to push through b5 so that your rook looks bad, or is that actually allowing black to kind of unleash his forces on the c5 square especially? So Hikaru right now probably feeling a bit at home, and Jan, he's a very, very well-prepared player, and he definitely has something up his sleeve.
Yeah, and I noticed your emphasis on the correct syllable of very there. And jokes aside, it's actually really true that I think, despite, again, the tough loss we know he had as black versus MVL at the candidates tournament, there were games we were analyzing where we thought on move 25 the players must be on their own, right? But no, Jan was still going on preparation and flexing because of it. He was just showing how deep his preparation goes. We know he likes to work hard with neural nets, and without going too much into that preparation, I've chatted with Jan about his supercomputer, and that preparation often pays off. So Jan playing very quickly here. Look at his time, everybody. He's about to hit 27 minutes on the clock. Hikaru not too far behind him, though, right? So clearly both these guys feel like they know what they're doing in this line. Jan Nepomniachtchi, the #1 player in Russia, #4 in the world, as you can see, and also #1 in every samurai streamer's heart.
Yes, and we see a position now. I mean, we can move on to another game, but just there's a fight on the queen side. The pawn on c6 is the weakest pawn in the position. So if eventually white can maneuver his pieces and put pressure on that c6 pawn, that's what's going to determine the outcome of this game.
Well, knight h5 just played by Hikaru as I'm over here spying different games. So many amazing, just superstar matchups. Just awesome. It's great when you get 24 players here, right? This is something where you just have so many of the world's best players. You're always going to have an exciting game every round. Rajabov taking on Vishy Anand, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave taking on Ding Liren, Anish Giri making his debut here, as we said here, taking on Yu Yang-yi. I could go anywhere and be happy, so you choose.
I know where I want to go. It's the Wesley So game against Dmitry Andreikin, because this is not a variation.
I thought you'd never ask.
Well, you know, Wesley So with the black pieces is currently up in exchange, but this is a theoretical discussion and has been around for such a long time. Where the dark squares, you've lost your Fianchetto bishop if you're black from this Grunfeld structure, and now white would love to launch an attack on the king side.
The question often becomes not just when black will give up the exchange, but how, right? He's going to usually, well, okay, bishop h6 right now would be a move that forces a move like f6 in response, just to show everybody the double attack of both g7 and f8 often forces a move like f6. But white doesn't even want the exchange, right, Robert? I mean, you do, but also you don't. You're really hoping to get an attack that leaves black kind of breathless. There's ideas of bishop h6, and after f6, you don't even take the exchange. You have e5 on the agenda. You have h4 and h5 eventually coming up the board. So Andreikin taking a think here, as we see. Wesley So also trying to probably remember his preparation. Can't wait to see what these guys revealed that they have planned here. For
sure, and I just wanted to point that out because you do not see that over the board very regularly.
Yep. All right, well, we'll keep an eye on it, I guess, and certainly we'll back up to this critical moment and see what happened if and when we do leave it behind, which we're going to. Another crazy-looking position here between MVL and Ding Liren. help?
We've seen this position before. This definitely has been played at high level games. If I'm not mistaken, it was, I want to say Fabiano and Mamadjarov in this position, but these type of games often just peter out to like a long line of a draw by some means. And you look at this position, and so many pieces are hanging: the bishop on d7, the knight on d4, the rook on a1, and who's capturing whose pieces first. That's sort of the essential question here. And well, already with white on the move, you can take this bishop on d7, and then figure out, is there bishop takes a1, bishop takes c8, bishop takes d4. What in the world is going on there? It's looks like the e5 pawn might fall next, so it's really
along with b7. And I
position.
guess, well, the computer's going to answer like you said. It basically ends up being like a very, very forced draw where opposite code bishops, probably neither side really has a ton to write home about. You mentioned the preparation these guys bring, right? Sometimes it's a long, petered out forced draw, but it doesn't mean that there weren't pitfalls and chances, right? Usually they've got one or two ideas prepared that if someone evaluated differently with their team or engine at home, they think they can get an endgame where they're the only one who can win, right? A lot of the times these guys are looking for that two-result kind of affair, right?
Yeah, definitely. And that type of position where you start trading all the pawns, because white's pawn structure on the king side is together and black's pawn structure is split with the f7 and h7 pawns, black's pawns can become more vulnerable, and thus the black king can become a victim to an attack, whereas the white king feels safer once it tucks itself on g2, and the rook can use the h file and to push forward on the king side.
That's a great point, foreshadowing what might end up being long-term winning chances. Probably it's us reaching a little bit. But this idea of the king coming to g2, the rook h1, the h7 pawn being under fire, not just for checkmate ideas, but for a bishop and rook to maybe meet over there eventually. That's the kind of thing MVL hopes to get in the long run, and Dingley Ren down a little bit on the clock to make sure he gets the variation he prepared where he thinks he can hold just fine. Levon Aronian and Wei Yi, Levon getting the black pieces for the second game in a row, is unfortunate for him after losing a very tough one to Vladislav Artemiev, if you're just joining us. But here we have a Petrov that is also going to be tough for him. So he loses a tough one. I'm always scared to play these positions where white gets the h-pawn advanced so quickly, and we don't have those end games that black is normally threatening with things where like the queen comes to a5 and the threats end up forcing the queens off the board. So what are your thoughts? I mean, I'm scared here to be black.
You raise good points. There's a pawn on h5, a bishop on d3, aiming at the h7 square. But I like the double-edged nature of this position. People have long thought of the Petrovs, oh, it's so solid, you can't break it. But players like Fabiano Caruana and most of the Chinese team, they play the Petrov not just to maintain equality, but to play for an advantage. And when you see a knight on c5 that can capture on d3 at any moment, you don't have to take that piece. And look at the queen side. At some moment, a queen a5 type of maneuver, you can actually quickly strike on the queen side for black. So white aiming at the black king, black can return the favor and aim at the white king. And then it becomes a battle of who's in better shape in this given game.
Right. Okay. Well, Aronian taking a second to think because he earned it. No, actually, Andreykin is on the clock. I misspoke there. He's down 4 minutes. I'm seeing Andreykin on camera, and I'm saying Andreykin, but Wei Yi is on the clock. Excuse me. I'm looking at a lot of things here, everybody, more than you can see. Andreykin is on camera in front of me, but he's not playing this game.
Yeah, you said Andreykin, and then I looked, and I also saw Andreykin. I was like, wait, what's going on with Andreykin? That's pretty fun.
And he is a lot going on with the production. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. The FIDE.chess.com Nations Cup. Use the hashtag Nations Cup when you clip that gaff and make me look silly on social media. Make sure you use the hashtag if you're going to do that. Appreciate it. All right. I want to look at Anish Giri's game because we love Anish, but it's not that exciting right now.
Well, then, you made it. You're the one who took us here. But the reason why Danny says it's not that exciting is because of how symmetrical it is. You see that the pawn structure is entirely the same with the exception of the G pawn being on G6 rather than G7. Now, that can backfire in the sense that the dark squares around the black king can become vulnerable. For instance, there's some lines and some variations where a knight lands in the G4 square for white. And from G4, it's poking and prodding at squares like H6. And, rook E8 played to just clog the E file, offer some trades. But white can also become first to the E file with a rook E2, rook A to E1, and say, that's the one open file for our rooks, and I have control of it, so I should be the one with a slight edge.
In fact, you called it, right? Rook e2 is played. Anish preparing to double. And if the bishop ends up being fully pinned there, it makes me think Yu Yangyi is going to take this opportunity to maybe play a bishop f8 now. A bishop d6 is also worthy of considering. I don't think you really want rook a to e1 to come, and you haven't dealt with this problem here on the e file.
Right. And so, I mean, it's going to be a solid but tough fight for Yu Yangyi and Anish Giri, who must have some leftover or some kind of unshown candidate's preparation, maybe going for one of these lines where he feels like he can just create a pull, and
right.
Yu Yangyi will have to suffer to hold him off.
Well, you see, he did indeed play bishop d6, that being Yu Yangyi, to try to help simplify the pressure. And okay, after a very fast start, by the way, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura have kind of slowed down a little bit. Both now actually taking their time to think. We've got some other games to pull up we haven't gotten to yet. Grandmaster Zhu Wenjun is getting started. First, I'm going to pull up Humpy Canero's game versus Maria Muzichuk, looking for Zhu Wenjun's game. Here we have Jorge Corey taking on Adiban Bhaskaran, just kind of highlighting that you can head over to chess.com and check out any of the games you want here, but we have found Zhu Wenjun's game versus Nana Zagnidze. And your thoughts on the structure here, Robert?
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to gather my bearings. You threw me through so many different games, and I was just making mental notes of what I was about to say. And then you're like, all right, here, finally, we have
Zhu Wenjun. We have her game. She's making her debut. She is the reigning women's world champion, if you didn't get the memo. So I think she's a worthy stop.
Absolutely. And the last one was knight to b4, which threads bishop to c2. You often think of knight before going knight to c2, but if bishop c2 happens, I'm forking your knight on b3 and your rook on d1. And another benefit of putting your knight on b4, and especially because white has committed her pawn structure to a4 and cannot play a4 to a3, that knight has an outpost on that square. So if you can play a5, keep that knight safe and sound on b4, play c6 to shut off the bishop on g2. That's how black plays a position like this, and white is going to try to play for e2 to e4, but you can't make that happen so easily with that bishop sitting nastily on h7, covering not just that e4 square, but as I mentioned, the c2 square as well.
Yeah, Zagnidze's position looks full of pressure. So what does Zhu Wenjun need to do? Something timely. You start looking at moves like knight e5. Obviously, you have to calculate bishop c2.
I would start with queen c4, Danny. And I know I made it sound like I really like black's position. I like some of the kind of long-term elements of the position, right, in a sense where if I can safeguard my position, then all of a sudden black can play for more. But queen c4 already poses a difficult question, because a5, I can just capture your pawn on a5 because that pawn is needed to protect the knight. I steal it, and then your knight is hanging on b4. So if you can't play a5 just yet, what do you make a move like queen to c7 after queen c? Excuse me, e7, queen e7 after queen to c4, and then I just put a rook on c1. There goes your c2 threat. Your pawn c7 is under attack. White is quickly picking up momentum.
Yeah, knight e1 was the move I first thought of. I didn't finish the sentence. When I looked at knight e5 and was like, well, that doesn't deal with bishop c2, I was like, maybe you can play knight e1, guard c2, and open up the bishop immediately for a tempo. And the main point being that even if c6 comes here, as Robert highlighted, and that is maybe a move that black is considering, now maybe you just get e4, right? You get your big center, and you've obviously kind of made for not as good a communication here between the king side and the queen side once you control the center. You also have moves like knight to c5 coming in some positions. So looks like Zhu Wenjun feeling confident there again. If you didn't get the memo, she is the reigning women's world champion, making her Online Nations Cup debut right now. She didn't play in the first round because, well, the world #1 ranked women's player, Ho Yifan, played the first round. So China not too shabby on board 4.
Not at all. They're spoiled for choice. And, in any round, you could say, hey, let's play Zhu Wenjun, let's play Ho Yifan, and you're going to be happy with whichever player is sitting on board 4 for your team. And Zhu Wenjun, she loves these positions from the white side. She has great experience in them. And she's not only played many strong players, she's also played some Women's World Championship matches. And the nerves and just like the psychological elements that go into that, I can't speak to it because I've never taken part. But she has shown nerves of steel, and I think Nana Zagnidze, while she is a tough competitor, she's in a tough bind here from the black side.
Mm-hmm. Well, and a critical decision being made. How do you deal with b7? Obviously, the threats of the big center, as we talked about, and the a pawn. While you highlighted, it's a great point that it can't go to a3 to kick the knight. It also is threatening to go to a5 in some positions, right, and further cramp down this queenside structure. So Zhu and Jun playing with a slight edge there, as the computers agree, and we will keep our eye on it. So. The other game we talked about before it got started, I think deserves at least a quick check-in. Jorge Corey making his debut this round for Team World, going up against Adiban Boscaron. Not exactly the fire on board we were thinking, but give these guys a couple moves and they'll create something out of nothing, right?
Well, Adiban has fire in his heart. That's his username on chess.com, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And when I look at a position like this, the first thing I note is 2 bishops for white, bishop and knight combination for black. So white would love to start taking advantage of the dark squares and gaining space, because the bishop on b2 currently not doing anything. At some moment, you might flip that bishop over to a3, where it's a more active diagonal. And one of the reasons why I'm thinking of a queen trade for white is because I have the bishop pair, but I also don't know, if the king will for certain be safe on the king side for white, because the knight's on d2, the d5 pawn is better protected for black. And I'm thinking about bishop g4 type of moves and just h5 for black, alpha 0 style, pressing forward on the king side.
Yeah, it's a really good point. When you look at this structure, you have to be a little careful if you're Corey. Probably why he's taking a second to think here. Before you commit the king to this side of the board, yes, if black has a dark square bishop, it's very, very dangerous. But even without that dark square bishop, the pawn on e4 means there's never going to be a knight on f3, which means there's always going to be a chance for something. I think even just h5, h4, as you said, alpha 0 style, that bishop is already kind of developed on c8 in terms of the pressure on the king side. So interesting decision for Jorge Corey. I think you could look at a4 as a move to try to play your idea bishop a3. You could look at putting a rook on c1. White has a little bit of an edge. It's just a question of which move he wants to play here.
And one just last thing for black is I'm looking at a5 at the right moment, and especially if the bishops get traded, you can see like some kind of rook lift in either direction, either rook e8, rook e6. But then you start going for the king side, because that bishop on b2, while it may seem nice as the extra bishop in the position, the only dark square bishop, it has a lot of trouble protecting your king side if black focus all of his forces on that side. So white will be playing on the queen side, black on the king side, and that makes for a very fun dynamic.
Yeah, h3 is it's a flexible prophylactic move, right? Both overprotecting the g4 square to prevent it from being sort of a transfer station for either the knight or the bishop. Also freeing eventual back ranks, and you're just kind of sitting pretty and reminding black that you're in control of where this goes. You know what else you might even go for if the queens were traded? You could advance with the g pawn and play on the queen side at the same time. So white could kind of flirt with a space advantage on both sides of the board here.
Although now with your pawn h3 rather than h2, f3 is less of an idea for white, because you've softened your defense of the g3 square. So that's just something to keep in the back of your mind, because Danny, you were absolutely right to point out this pawn e4 is such a thorn in white's side, but you want to play f3 to chisel at that structure. But now it's much more difficult to have happen. And look at how quickly Adiban's playing here, bringing his rook to c8. This will be a fun fight.
For sure. And again, if you're just tuning in, we have more than 16,000 of you with us across different platforms. Reminder that those are the pairings you can actually see on the left side, or they were right there. Shout out to my producer on Q, changing the scene there. But shout out to the team working super hard behind the scenes to make this production come to life. There's a lot behind the scenes going on here. If you could see how many players are on camera, all the best players in the world, their captains, the proctors, the arbiters, so much going into making this FIDE Online Nations Cup happen. And if you see a pairing over there on the left side, Vishy Anand versus Tamur Vajabov, Ali Reza Firouzja, Pantali Hari Krishna. If you see one you like, go over to chess.com and follow it yourself. You can go to chess.com/events, chess.com/live, follow the games, and there are 12 of them currently in action here in round 2. So, all right, Robert, quick reminder to everybody about what they're watching now. As we look at the pairings, where do you want to go?
I've been looking and I don't know, because I look like that game looks interesting, and then I click on another one and the next one is interesting. Maybe we should go back to where we started with the Nepo game against Hikaru Nakamura just for the second here, because it has advanced into a queen and knight ending where, again, it's the c6 pawn that's the essential one. And it looks like black has kind of closed down the position here, right? Where are you going to break through? How is a knight going to attack this pawn on
Right.
c6? Perhaps bring a knight to b3 and then over to a5, but it's not easy to configure your piece in a way that you can pile up multiple pieces on it thanks to this queen on b7.
Right. Well, I mean, you
still
talked
like
about
white.
the game recently in this structure where Hikaru Nakamura won as white over Magnus Carlsen from the Magnus Invitational. But I also remember a game in structure as white where Hikaru was white against you-know-who. What's the game I'm thinking of? The black held.
Where Hikaru was white and black held? I'm not sure.
Sergei Karyakin. Not exactly the same end game, but same structure, right? Where Karyakin just buckled down and Hikaru was unable to break through because, as you said, like the weakness is there, but do you have enough? How do you break through?
And where is the Minister of Defense? We have to see some Karyakin games in this event. That's how strong Team Russia is. That
He's
right
not
now,
even playing.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, we'll keep an eye on this one. I just want to refresh everybody's eyes on this board. And let's go, Danny. The game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Ding Liren, because that one has gone down the path we more or less predicted, where that rook went through h1 into h4, and whose king is in worse shape? The pawn on f2 with that bishop staring at it from d4, or this pawn on h5 with the rook on h4 and maybe creating some threats of his own as white.
Yeah, I mean, I think structurally we have to like white at least a little bit. By the way, just to point out the obvious, everybody, that bishop was not hanging due to queen to c8 check, winning the rook on the spot. So quick tactics. Black did not miss that. King to g7 now is threatening to win the bishop, so Maxime first has to deal with that. I mean, I like white, but if you move the bishop, then the b2 square becomes available. So this is a tricky position here.
And I would not be surprised, and it pains me to say something like this, but if there's some sort of trade for the bishops, right? Like if white gives up the bishop on b7 and black gives up the bishop on d4, and then we just see the game peter out. But for the time being, there will be some precision required from both players, not to just stumble into a losing position. As you said, rook b2 is such a dangerous threat. And for black's king, seemingly safe for the time being over on the king side, but some kind of queen b3, queen f3, like zigzag that queen over to the king side like that, and then h5 can be in trouble.
Yeah. Maxime down a couple minutes on the clock. Ding Liren, we see him on camera for the first time today. The #1 player in China, also playing in the FIDE candidates, and looking pretty comfy there. That's probably bamboo on the wall there.
I honestly thought it was a sauna at first glance.
Yeah, wood, nice wood decor. Okay, well, Ding Liren is fully focused, trying to make sure he starts on the right foot. For those of you just tuning in, he did not play round one. Wang Hao now sitting out for Team China, but Ding Liren making his Online Nations Cup debut this round.
Indeed. And I mean, so many games going on, Danny. Is there anyone that's catching your eye right now?
The Hare Krishna Fallujah game, I keep looking at because I always want to check on Ali Reza's games, and such exciting chess, although this particular one, he looks to be on the worst side of what could become a long, grinded-out endgame.
Oof. Yeah, I'm looking at this now, and Hare Krishna, this is his style, man. Like we saw in the first game against Dominguez, he gets these like tricky positions where he's well prepared in, and Dominguez is able to hold that. But right now, I mean, the white pieces, look at that pawn structure on the queen side, c6, c5, double isolated pawns. How to get to them, that's not going to be the easiest task. But right now, rook to b3, seize that open file where your rook can actually sit on b6 for a while, as black will not be able to fend it off. And, of course, you can also go into b7, but black king will then retreat to likely to d8. Or maybe black will go knight e8, knight to d6, but there are no targets. White's pawn structure is so safe and sound, whereas maybe that bishop will move away and the knight will replace it on c4. And it's going to be a tough defensive task here for Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, I guess one of the questions I have and just makes me think about the future of this endgame is, does the knight trade for the bishop, doesn't it almost always favor white to bring this knight to c4, where it immediately gains more access to kind of the weak a5 pawn? Or is there a version of that trade, knight e8, knight d6, that favors black?
You're right. I think just so that black will not take that bishop, it'll leave the bishop on c4, and then the question is, how does white actually make progress? You know, it looks nice, it's aesthetically pleasing, but if I get my knight to d6, my king over to c7, and say, what are you going to do? You might have to play on the other flank. You may have to play bishop e2, pawn g4, and that may make some concessions, some weaknesses in your position, but eventually you're going to have to do something. Otherwise, you're sitting with a pretty position with no concrete way to break through.
Yeah, that's a nice setup you talked about. Knight comes e8 to d6. The king goes via d8 to c7. Together, they're holding every square. Both b6 and b7 would be guarded well, and Alireza starts that plan with the move knight to e8. And okay.
Indeed. So Alireza, it's not going to be fun for him, but we'll see if he's up to the challenge of fending off Hare Krishna, who is such a strong endgame player. But, you know, especially with the team dynamic, and there's going to be some nervousness and jitters, it's really going to be hard for him. But if anybody can play a good game of chess these days, it's certainly Alireza Firouzja.
Yep. And he's also at 5 minutes on the clock, right? The youngster is fast. One of the first things that really made a name for himself was his hyper bullet skills, his speed, and makes him someone you don't worry as much about and even rapid. Anytime he gets more time on the clock, it just feels like he's playing with house money. So,
Danny, I'm sorry to cut you off there, but I have to take our attention to Humpy Canero with the white pieces against Maria Muzichuk, because Maria has been deep in thought after a capture of a piece, which is always a bad sign. When someone captures a piece and you're really thinking how to recapture, and the reason is queen f5 is coming.
She missed queen f5. That's what happened. She played h6 and just missed queen f5. Here's the tactic, everybody. The last move was h6, and so we're thinking about why was she on the clock, and it's because either capture on f6 is going to be met by queen f5 here. If knight takes, we have queen f5, and knight e4, bishop e4 is a fork of the e5 bishop and the h7 square. Now rook e8, and you're not resigning, right? You guard the bishop and you free the king, but white is clearly just about to launch something very dangerous here.
Danny, take with the queen on e4, not the bishop on e4. And the big difference is that you leave the e file open for your rooks to swing in, and the king is not escaping.
Well, now you can even play like f4 first if you want, right?
Yep.
Force the e file open, then queen h7 and rook e1 is lights out. Wow. Humpy Canero, we see her right there. She is, looks like she's primed.
She knows, Danny. That's that look of, yep, this one is over. And if you take with the bishop on f6, queen f5 comes in. And the problem is you can't play g6.
You say it.
Because queen takes d7.
I like it when you say it and I highlight it.
That's why we're a great team, Danny.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, seriously, this is the tactic that was missed, and it's an easy one to miss, right? Because you're here, you're trying to deal with the pin on the knight. You feel like you obviously know that white's pieces are ganging up towards something, but when you're playing a forcing move, sometimes you feel like you're in control when you're really not. And this is a just very common kind of tactical battery you can't afford to miss. But white was already better here anyway. It's like, were you really going to play a move like g6 and with the knight potentially just coming under fire here? How was black supposed to deal with this? Maybe rook e8 was best? Yeah,
maybe rook e8 or queen b6, just getting the queen out of the pin. So
okay, yeah.
But yeah, I liked white's position for sure. And Humpy in good form today. She beat Anna Zatonski in the first game, and Maria Muzichuk lost her first game against Ho Yifan. So not an easy day in the office for her.
Yep. Yeah, h6, bishop takes, knight takes, and I think we're just about to see queen f5 from Miss Canero. And as you can see there, the full pairings, Team India versus Team World. We've talked a lot about how Humpy is probably favored against, okay, maybe anybody besides some of the Team China board 4 ladies, right? Ho Yifan and Zhu Wenjun. And so she's looking like she's going to do her job today if she gets this W.
Absolutely. And Danny, there's another game I want to, I know we're going to have to keep jumping around, but Fabiano Caruana is currently up a pawn against Vladislav Artemiev. So that could be a big game for Team USA, as only white has chances to win this game. And I'm not sure if black has enough here. There's certainly compensation. Any rook endgame, there will be compensation. but probably the white rook will be tied down with the defensive pawn on b3, and that will be enough for a draw because you trade off all the queenside pawns. The 3-on-2 is a theoretically drawn endgame. But I just saw this at the corner of my eye, and it reminded me of game one, where Fabiano maybe objectively the result, if you put the engines on it, would say, yeah, we'll just split the point. Practically, when you're up a pawn and get into a time trouble situation, that's where things go wrong for the side that's defending.
And Artemiev is way down on the clock. Again, not exactly the tough spot that Vida Gujrathi faced in round one. If you missed that, what Robert was alluding to is Fabiano won a very nice game as white. Maybe one that objectively, should have been held, but he did grind it out. I think Vladislav probably draws this one. Still not maybe the worst result for Fabiano. Artemiev has been an absolute monster. So as long as you don't lose to Artemiev, I would feel good. Just don't lose to him.
That's good advice. Don't lose.
Don't lose. So, all right. Well, I want to go back to the game between Dmitry Andreikin and Wesley So, if that's okay. I know we love Fabi and Vladislav, but I think this other game is going to give us a lot more excitement than that rook-ending draw we're about to see.
It will. I mean, Black's position is starting to look good. So Wesley So went for an offbeat variation in the Grunfeld, but right now with that queen on f4 and the rook on c1, that means the queen is tied down to the defense of that piece. I'm liking Black for sure here.
Yeah, a reminder for those of you how we got here. Robert said it was a theoretical Grunfeld. He has blocked out that I actually taught him this variation at a chess camp many years ago. But
didn't know that, honestly.
Right. Exactly. Regardless of that, this is a very well-known line in the Grunfeld where white is playing for the long-term compensation of the pressure on the king side. You've sacrificed the exchange, but as we said when we first saw this position, it's usually not a question of when, but just how. At some point, this exchange will give itself back. It's going to happen, but how does Black figure out the right way to do it? Eventually, you put a pawn on f6 to block the diagonal, giving the rook back. And now Black has the long-term 2-on-1 advantage in the Grunfeld, and white, with the normal advantage in the center of kind of the 2-on-1, the advanced pawns, it's not as flexible, right? Black has cramped down the structure, and that's what gives Black the chances here to be better in these endgames, is, again, the 2-on-1 for Black long-term, and the fact that he's really slowed down white's central pawn storm. So now as we look at the live position, again, I'm with you. I feel like So is in control. How much winning chances will he really get here? I don't know, but you have to like Black.
For sure. And I just want to point out there, 2 draws have been made in the games between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Ding Liren, as well as the game with Levon Aronian and Wei Yi. So 2 draws thus far in the matchup between Team Europe and Team China.
Okay, well, good to know. Team Europe, if they get a draw against China, maybe they feel good about it. China obviously won their first round today.
But Danny, speaking of results and in this match, look at the game between Zhu Wenjun and Nana Zagnidze. We keep talking about how strong these Chinese women are.
Yep.
That knight on b4 is about to drop, isn't it?
Yeah, how did that happen? And Zhu Wenjun played for f4 here. Wow, I was thinking you'd go for e4, but that's ultra aggressive chess here. Zhu Wenjun is phenomenal. We had her on camera moments ago. Let's back up a few moments because we saw the position that occurred after knight to e1, guarding the threats that were created on c2, and as I said, preparing to get a big center. But then she played for a5. We talked about how that was coming, and then f4, Robert, to make sure that e5 was never going to happen. What a move.
Yeah, she clearly understands this position much better than I do because I knew that white is better, but she just saying, I'm just giving you no counterplay whatsoever. And look what Nana did. She went g5, saying, please give me some life in the position. And then the knight on b4 became very quickly in big trouble.
Well, first she grabs the center. I mean, just obviously not apologizing for the space advantage. And then queen to c3, king h8 has been played, but can I say rook a4? I mean, my voice gets high when I'm unsure, but it looks pretty good.
Knight c5 also looks pretty good.
I was worried about tactics on d4, but you're right. Knight c5 is even cleaner. It just cuts off the queen's communication. I was worried that I was relieving defense of the d-pawn, but maybe it doesn't matter. There's just no way to deal with the knight on b4.
Yeah, you might have knight c2. You do have a point here because knight c2, queen takes c2, bishop takes d4 check.
Well, hold on. Knight c2 you can just take with the knight.
Oh, I forgot about the knight e1, but
yeah,
what I was going to say
you're
was...
right. You're right. Knight c5 is best. There is no knight c2.
Well, yeah, I forgot about the knight on e1, honestly. But yeah, it's just, what are you doing with that knight there on b4? It's lost.
Rook a4 was not as good to trap the knight. Maybe there were some weird tactics with actually c5, actually getting the knight back to c6. So that's interesting. So knight c5 was or is the best move. Zhu Wenjun is obviously on the clock. We see her leaning in, and I'm sure she'll find the most accurate approach. But
Jenny, it's one of those positions where it seems like you can do no wrong. Rook a4, I win a pawn. You play c5. Okay, I steal your pawn. But if you let your opponent stay in the game, that's when things can go wrong. Look at the open g file. There are 2 bishops for black. The longer this game goes on, if you don't just punish your opponent for getting her knight trapped on b4, it gives her unnecessary chances.
Yeah. So the point is, Zhu Wenjun probably needs to find knight c5. Again, I was just guessing. We have the evaluation of the computer, but no actual line. So I was guessing it was c5 as like a weird tactical shot. And again, the point was, if a knight takes, maybe I come back to c6. And this is the kind of practical position we were talking about. White's still better. As we said, you're up a pawn, but d4 is under fire. There's rook g8, and this bishop is coming to life here. So you don't really want that. You really want to find knight c5 here if you're Zhu Wenjun.
Definitely. And she should be giving Team China a lead in this match, because I'm looking at the last remaining game, Anish Giri. If you just want to pull it up for a quick second, it actually looks like Anish Giri's rook on e6 is about to get trapped. So not only is China doing well with Zhu Wenjun, King f7 here, and that rook on e6, where's it going?
What happened here? You said when you I was admittedly looking at chat. By the way, shout out to everybody that's with us. I paused for just a second and looked back, and there's a rook on e6 that has no squares. What did he do?
He was trying to get active.
Rook takes d7 was traded, and Anish is trying for a win. It was actually ironically right when I was reading a comment from Chess TV chat saying don't rely on Giri to play for a win, but then he does play for a win with the move rook e6. Hits the knight, hits f6, and it backfires. Rook e6, knight e4, and this rook is about to run out of squares here.
And the good thing for white, well, relative good thing, is that after, say, king f7, pawn takes e4, king takes e6, there's a king on e6. So that's not the ideal square for a king when there's queens on the board, but you're up material. And so if there's no just strike for white in that initial position with the king on e6, then black is up in exchange and should be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, you start to think it's like queen h3 a move, right? And there's all kinds of discoveries, but can black just laugh in the face of danger? I don't even know, like f5 or something, right? I mean, crazy stuff. But indeed, we're going to find out. Yeah, I was going to say, we're going to find out. Yu Young-yi goes for it. He calls Anish's bluff. We see Mr. Giri in his well-known spot these days, as he played in the Magnus Invitational, now playing in this FIDE Online Nations Cup. But I have a feeling that Yu Young-yi might be giving him the shush finger after this game.
Those are always very funny, when they're trying to shush each other and then it backfires because people continue to steal each other's
It's kind of like when you try to shush me and it never works out, huh?
That's for different reasons, because you're the man who wouldn't be shushed.
All right, well, king f7 has been played. Yu Young-yi is going to bring the noise. And another part of the problem here for Anish, everybody, is the time control, right? The time pressure he's about to face with less than 5 minutes on the clock. You really love, as much as you can, to think of resourceful ways to punish a king wandering into the fray, but going to be hard to come up with something.
Looks like trouble for Team Europe here, and Team China continues to have impressive form on the opening day of the Online Nations Cup.
Yep. Okay, well, we can go other places. We see that, okay, this exchange stack just happened here. I don't know that there's going to be anything more exciting. I'd love to see what Anish plays here, just to see if he at least bluffs that he had this planned, right? Was rook e6 a blunder? I think it was. And then you kind of fall into maybe some compensation, but he's still playing quickly here. So maybe he saw this idea when he played rook e6 and just thought, kind of throw caution to the wind and see if black can defend in the practical game with the king in the center.
Although, look at the clock situation. Yu Young-yi's up 10 minutes. So I think that clearly evidences a blunder. And you're right, though. Sometimes you can bluff it into a sacrifice, right? He didn't see it coming. He blundered probably. Or maybe he just misevaluated it and did see it. But right now he needs to play quickly and confidently and hope that he has some sort of attack, because with Zhu and Jun's position looking so good for China, that means Team Europe needs a victory just to split this match. And you go in all in, sometimes it backfires.
Well, he didn't play in round 1, but Anish Giri making his debut here again in round 2. He is the number 10 ranked player in the world as far as classical chess, 24th in the world in terms of rapid. Number 1 in many social media following hearts, at least as far as the chess elite go. He's a lot of fun, and sometimes a bit of a troll, but hey, I think he'd consider that a compliment. Let's quickly flash remind you, Robert said the reason Team Europe needs it is they already lost winning chances on other boards. Levana Ronin and Wei Yi drew a not very exciting game. Ding Li Ren and Maxime Bachet-Lagrave. This game had potential, but ultimately petered out. So Team Europe needs something here. Other games to go to, there are still many. By the way, another game not as part of the Team Europe versus Team China matchup, but Vishwanathan Anand and Taimur Rajabov drew their game. That was an interesting final position, to be honest.
Yes, it was, but somehow Timur's games, as of yet, have not caught our eye because they end pretty quickly. But with, Timur taking on Vishwanathan Anand, you can't complain too much. You want to press with the white pieces, but if your opponent is a solid defender, then at the highest level of chess, oftentimes these games are drawn.
Perhaps the game we foreshadowed might have our attention in terms of fireworks is going to prove where we should take a look again. Jorge Corey versus Adiban Bhaskaran. Both of these guys making their Online Nations Cup debut here in round 2. They did not play in round 1 earlier. White seems to have lost the edge a little bit. And I feel like if we're comparing this position to where we were a few moves ago, Black is fully developed, and what has White really improved?
The rook is on c5, and I guess that's your claim that you've improved your position. But when I look at this, Danny, I'm looking at f5. I'm looking at g5. Swing your queen over to the king side as is needed, but just push those pawns. Yeah. You're so solid on the queen side as Black, and it feels like that attack picks up momentum so quickly. And I would be very worried. He plays b6, which is, that's a risky move because you freed up the a6 square for that bishop on f1. And it's not a one-move threat. You're not just attacking the rook on c8. You're giving White control of the c file. So that's something that now Adiban will have to keep an eye on because that is a double-edged sword.
Yeah, I'm with you, and especially because usually you play those moves, Robert, when you need to, you're reacting to a threat. Like there's something coming and you just can't afford to sit tight. My question is, what was White going to do? If we go for your plan, even like g5, like in a move, and then f5 with g4, like where are White's next moves on the c file that are so scary?
It was probably b4 is what he was anticipating. And if a6, then b5 perhaps, and just trying to open up the queen side. You have to. Even if it's not the most ideal situation, it's something that probably has to be done.
Okay. And maybe g5 is a little reckless by me, but I think just proving the point that I wasn't sure exactly what White is doing, but you kind of answered the call with b4, b5, maybe a threat. But I'm with you either way, that b6 feels like a move you could wish you had back here in a little bit.
And I'm wondering if Adiban is just going to try to initiate a series of trades with like knight e7, trade all along the c file, trade queens off the board, and claim, hey, we're going to split this point. But it just felt like a position, it still does, where Black has some chances to get active, and it's maybe missing the chance.
Okay. Well, he doesn't go for anything. He plays b6. Jorge Corey's still on the clock, and when I mean he doesn't go for anything, I mean he didn't go for the kingside attack. He might be simplifying, as we said, with this idea Robert has highlighted with knight e7 or knight b8 coming and just offering a big trade. Okay. Well, the game that I want to go back to is the one that we left behind after a dubious exchange slunder, a sacrifice blunder. Just invented it, TM slunder.
I like it. That I support. Sometimes your jokes and puns, they miss me, but this one I like.
Smart.
Whoa. Sorry, I have to take our attention to Humpy Conera versus Maria Muzichuk, because what in the world has happened in this one?
There's a king on f6. Did she blunder the draw? No. Wait, yes. If bishop f1, what do? Can you trade? You know what? is there a weird line where you're not even threatening to move the rook because of some sort of draw on the dark squares here?
I mean, I was wondering the same thing. And also, you can just take on e8 and play d3. How do you stop the d pawn?
There's no checks. Look at this line. If takes and you play d3, how do you stop the d pawn? Asks Robert Hess. I mean, you do have queen d8 check. Excuse me.
But then
king
g6.
Yep, queen d6 is met by king h7. What happened here? Let's back up to what the combination was. It seemed that we were moments away. So queen f5 was indeed met by rook e8, which was the most accurate defense. She trades on f6 and commits to h7. I wonder if there was something better, maybe like building on the tension, rook e1 or f4, but okay, either way. Humpy takes on f6, she plays queen h7, plays f4. Looks like she's all in. And then rook takes f4. It feels like white should just be winning here, but then queen h8 was the blunder instead of playing rook f1 first.
Wow, no, I think d6, and I have to admit, I saw people saying in the chat something like d6. So d6. Wow.
And the point is now if queen takes d6, you can check and play rook e1, right?
Rook e1.
Yeah, yep. And there's no king d7 because of bishop b5, I'm assuming.
Exactly.
Wow, so d6 was the move that Canero misses here to finish off the attack. By the way, taking d6 obviously forced because you're guarding e7, and therefore queen h8 is mate. So this would force this line and then winning material, but she does not find this. And instead, after f4, she sacrifices the exchange and doesn't follow with d6, and that blew the advantage on king f6.
Amazing stuff. And honestly, her risky approach, because she didn't have it all worked out, is what's really going to cause Humpy Canero some nightmares, because she didn't have to play f4. f4 was a move that wins if you make that d6 move. But if you don't see that, clearly black is getting some counterplay because of white's exposed king. So f4, probably a move that she wished she could take back and play anything else like bishop b5 or rook e1 and just play for the pressure, the sustained pressure in the position. And unfortunately, she missed the tactic. And now Maria Muzichuk may get a humongous save for the rest of the world team.
Wow. Well, yeah, I think it's a good call from a practical perspective when you're holding all the cards. You want to play a move like f4, Robert, when you know you're delivering the knockout blow, right? And if it's not there, that's a move that has risk, like we're seeing, right? So f4 played, probably a little bit too risky here, although, again, if she finds d6, she was winning. She does not, and we are in a position. I wonder if she just missed king f6.
Easy to miss because you're like, oh, you're just winning the rook on e8, but then the d pawn starts running and all these variations.
So king f6 was played, and the main point, as we see, is that now she is maybe having blundered a draw against Maria Muzichuk, playing board for Team World, and maybe going to get a very, very much needed hold here if she draws this game.
Hey, and Danny, you know who the MVP of today is? It's Fabiano Caruana, that's for sure.
Did he win that game? What in the world? Oh my gosh. You said that, and I look over at the result. How in the world?
He just is a fine technical player. That would be my summation of how Fabiano keeps winning these games today.
I mean, we left this game when the rook ending had, everything. I mean, okay, you called it and you said, look, even if this should be a draw, he still made a good choice because white's the only one who can win. But I don't think either one of us really believed there were great winning chances here.
I thought that the king eventually would run over to the queen side for white, but I do feel like this, if Dvoretsky, were here, he would say draw. Right. This is a draw.
He would actually say Nietzsche.
Exactly.
But G4, now this was interesting to even be able to trade, because I normally would look at H5 as like, my winning chances are increased if I can somehow now take advantage of G6 as being weak. I don't know how I would get in, but maybe the rook and king could work together. But he's actually willing to make a trade. And I guess the main point is that the rook is able to hold everything in this structure. So instructive. And black has no counterplay, which makes this king a free man to roam, right?
Right. And the king just was able to run away. And now the problem for the black rook was the king could have come to f5 as well as over to the queen side, and the rook couldn't cut the king off from all directions.
So the rook does commit to f5, but then the king comes over, and eventually we get this position, as you said, Fabiano, a fine technical player. And it's, I don't know, it sounds like something his grandma would call him. Like, she's a fine young man, a fine technical player. Fabiano Caruana, a fine technical player, according to Robert Hess, and ultimately beats Vladislav Artemiev here.
And a very nice finish to that game. And so Team USA should be thrilled with that result, especially as Nakamura looks like he's going to split the point with Jan Nepomniachtchi. I don't see progress to be made, but Jan will try. He'll try to just, continue trying to kick the Black King back and making progress. I don't see it with Knights on where they are for Black. It looks like you're holding.
Yeah, they're holding everything perfectly, which means the only other game that kind of has my attention. Well, of course, we also have not talked about Irina Krush's game, which we should get over to in a moment. But this one here between Andreykin and Wesley So looks like it might end up being a draw, but not the worst result for So. I still don't know that he doesn't have the winning chances if his king can find a way to get away from this queen's perpetual. I would still prefer Black in this endgame.
Yeah, because Black always has his queen f4 check ideas. The outside pass pawns, A and B. Pawns versus just one A pawn, the pawn A2 on a light square and a target. But it does just have that feeling that White should always be able to escape here.
Yeah, the pressure on D5 and A2, like you said, the feeling is there's going to always be a perpetual. But So has set it up here, but he played King F8 instead of King E8. So is that just kind of a draw offer? Because remember, if he really thought he could escape, he could have played this move last move. But wait, it's a blunder somehow. Oh, Queen G8 and Bishop G4 is lights out. My bad. Okay.
Way to blunder the queen, Danny.
Nothing like it. My favorite, my old nickname. Way to blunder the queen, Dan. All right. No, looks like we are going to have a draw. So that exact line shows why the king did not run, which means the only other game we haven't looked at in this match, we're going to take a look at right now. Grandmaster Irina Krush taking on Alexandra Gorachkina. Nothing too thrilling to write home about, though. Gorachkina definitely in the driver's seat if someone's going to try to win this endgame.
Yeah, what is going on? Wait a second. Is Rook takes A4 available here? Okay, I think the wrong move order. Instead of Queen E4 check, there's Rook takes
just
A4.
Missed her chance. Rook takes A4 was on the board, and if Rook takes, Queen E4 check was just winning a pawn.
And I'm guessing she saw the idea, but somehow inverted the move order. But the difference is after Queen E4 check, White can even just play Queen F3 and say, hey, let's trade off these queens.
And now Rook takes A4 is met by Queen E4, and you're losing the house. Wow.
A rare oversight by Alexander Gorachkina and by Irina Krush first. It's a mutual just blind spot for them to allow this tactic and then to miss the tactic.
Well, we're about to get these ladies on camera, and right on cue, my producer rocking it, working super hard. But nobody else saw Gorachkina's reaction. I saw it right before she was on, and I think she said everything we need to know, Robert. You were totally right. She missed it because she played Queen E4, and then she kind of sat up and shook her head like, what did I just do with that move order?
Unfortunate slip because, she had it in her grasp, and that would be huge for Team Russia, especially as we saw Fabiano Caruana get a win.
Yeah, just showing again the line that Gorachkina just missed as she leaned in there, rocking a nice little chess decor in her background. Black and white checkered squares, but unfortunately, she looks like she just missed a chance to win, assuming Irina finds a very obvious move like Queen F3. And White is actually doing great all of a sudden, and the reason is that structurally, the B7 pawn is just as big of a problem as the A4 pawn will ever be. And let's say that transition happens, just to show everybody, not that it's going to be winning, but I just want to show if you get an endgame like this where the pawns are split and Black trades A4 for B7, White is actually the one with better chances in this endgame because C6 is the biggest weakness to write home about. So probably still maybe a draw with best play, but this is really a tough spot for Gorachkina to miss that tactic because probably only White will have long-term very slight winning chances if this trade of B7 for A4 happens.
You want to look at the mobility of your pawn structure. And as you pointed out, Danny, the pawn B7, totally stuck. And then even if you trade B7 for A4, the pawn on C6 is stuck. Whereas White's pawn on F2, without the queens on the board, you can go bring your king to F4, play pawn to F3. There's more pawn mobility for White, and thus you can play G4 and try to play on the king side as well. I like White's chances. I'm not saying it's even that much better, but only White can play for more.
Well, now these last few moves have been played, and we see Rook B6, which is kind of exactly what I was talking about. Rook B6 is basically a trade offering, everyone, of A4 for B7. And it also prepares a5, a6, and says if you don't voluntarily trade, I might force you to trade my a pawn for your b pawn. And again, visualize that c6 is the lone weakness left standing. So probably a draw, but Garachina, what a turnaround. Again, if you're just joining us, we went to this game just in time. She has rook takes a4, winning a pawn on the spot, blunders it, and now really has no winning chances in this rook ending.
That's correct. And I mean, with the white king can't go to f4 just yet because rook e4 check and you'll repeat the moves. But watch out. If white is able to establish her king on f4 and then try to push this king away from f6, it's the white king that will infiltrate in such a position. So I would be a little bit on edge if I were Alexander Goryashkina with the black pieces, especially considering the match situation. Like,
yeah,
USA's up 1.5.
No, and Hikaru, as you already pointed out, probably drawing that game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So this is a you got to hold, and if you lose, it's really a problem. And I like your plan, just king f4, pawn f3. I've got both e4, both g4. I can flexibly try to open up this side of the board, right? If I play e4 and end up with 2 pawns with d5 threats. If I play for g4 and the trade happens, then you always have the chance of an outside pass pawn, right? May carry a wizard on the h-file. So this is tricky. Garachkina and Crush will enter time pressure together, and we'll see how that plays out.
Yes, and there's an interesting move, rook to b5 here for white, the rook 1 to b5, because the c6 pawn is pinned, and then you can try to put your rook on c5 and punch through a6.
What a nice idea. I love when you come up with ideas like that. Okay, in fact, I think Garachkina says, you know what, I'm not interested in allowing this pressure. We're going to make that trade that I didn't want, a for b. But let's see, I think she's going to play rook a2 right afterwards, where the rook can both come to c2 and guard c6, as well as keep pressure on f2. So, I don't know, I'm anticipating this as kind of a nice square for the rook.
Agreed. I think this will be a split point, but that's not good news for Team Russia as a whole, thanks to Fabiano Caruana's decisive game against Vladislav Artemiev.
Well, let's go to let's back up if we can and go to Yu Yongyi's game with Anish Giri when we have a second. The game over there still looks like Yu Yongyi is in control. Oh, wait. I didn't see the queen trade. He blundered into the queen trade. Yu Yongyi takes it.
Yeah, Yu Yongyi won the exchange and won the game. He made it straightforward for us. Yeah,
well, again, if you're just joining us, Anish likely seems to have just blundered when he played the move rook e6. It seemed active and safe, but knight e4 traps the rook, and Yu Yongyi calls his bluff and just goes for it, despite the king coming into danger. Okay, f5 was played. That's what I was wondering how you would meet it. He does, and it's very scary, right? I would argue in like a 1-minute game or a blitz game, like who's favored here, right? I don't know. It'd be very hard to play black, right?
Well, that's why I think that Yu Yongyi took such a practical approach.
Yeah, he was willing to go for it, and well, he was willing to go for the exchange, and then, as you said, he took the practical approach, get the king out of danger by sacrificing the exchange back. Very nice, and then goes on to win the queen and pawn ending. Again, I already showed you the last position, but despite the Tarantino, I'm going to show you how it finished anyway. A very nice little subtle forcing the queens off the board here, winning the endgame. All right. Wowzers.
You know, and I'm looking at this game between Ju Wenjun and Nana Zagnidze because it looks like Ju Wenjun's up a full rook.
That's a rook.
That is a rook. And is there anything more we want to say about it? Just it's a rook and a mating attack. I mean,
yeah.
What more could you ask for?
It's a rook, a mating attack, and the evaluation bar is happy to see me. You have got all kinds of problems coming to the G file here. Apparently, the computer just announced mate in 6. Not every day you have this much material still on the board, despite the extra rook, and it's a mate in 6. So Zagnidze just resigns again. Ju Wenjun making her debut only because Hou Yifan played last round. And you're looking at Team China with those two ladies on board 4. I mean, probably the only two ladies. You could actually have Yifan playing on board 3 and Ju Wenjun on board 4, and China still might be. I mean, it's the only team I think you could say that, honestly.
Yeah, that's true. But right now, it's just Team China, 2 consecutive 3-1 victories.
Yep.
They're looking so powerful. And we just have a couple games remaining, Danny. I don't know if you want to look at
I'm looking at both the boards. I'm going to go back to Hikaru's game, just even though it's not super exciting. People love Hikaru and Nepomniachtchi. These are 2 of the biggest stars on the planet. Looks like we're going to have a draw. the difference here between what Hikaru Nakamura was able to do to Magnus Carlsen at the Invitational is that White had breakthroughs on the queen side. You had entry points, so to speak. There are no entry points here for White. Hikaru's pieces, the knights together, combined with the pawn together, they hold all the squares. White has no real progress to make here.
Well, the hero is this pawn on f6, because if a white knight ever gets to e5, then you're starting to feel the heat on the c6 square. And not to mention, the g5 square is an entry point for the white king. So the pawn f6 is kind of an unsung hero that fends off any possible winning chances for white.
Hikaru looking pretty relaxed there. Jan trying to come up with any last ideas. He's got to be calculating e4, right? Whether he can make this trade and try to manufacture something with d5.
And Danny, you know who's proving to be a bit brilliant here and showing his veteran experience is John Donaldson, putting Hikaru Nakamura on board 1. He is the higher rated rapid player of the two, but putting Hikaru on board 1 and then putting Fabiano on board 2, where Fabiano's won both of his games and Hikaru's holding both games with black. And I know people see the score and say, well, Fabiano has 2 points. He's doing the most work. Holding off these 800 players with the black pieces is just one of the hardest things you can do in chess. Right. So kudos to Hikaru Nakamura on having 2 black games and looking like he's going to split both points.
No, but you make a great point. I mean, that's a win for the team captain. And you and I talked about that when we first saw the lineup. Not that you're surprised to see Hikaru on board 1, but it gives you pause for a second. You go, okay, Hikaru's on board 1, Fabiano's on board 2, and you start to think about it. And as I said yesterday in our preview show, Robert, yes, Hikaru is going to have to hold these 800s, Jan and Anand, but he does so, and you can't find a board 2 who is not afraid to play Fabiano Caruana, right? I mean, that's the brilliance of it, is it puts Fabi in a position where he's really the favorite against anybody he's playing on board 2, and he came away with 2 points.
Well, if we're being completely frank, Fabiano is the clear number 2 player in the world, right? He has been for a long time. He faced Magnus for the World Championship match. He's 100 classical rating points above Hikaru, but Hikaru has proved his mettle time and time again in these rapid time controls. So I think ultimately it's the choice that we all would have made in a sense. But then you look at the big picture, the ratings, and then you get a little nervous because Fabiano is so strong himself, and you're just spoiled for choice as the captain of Team USA.
Yep. No, but I think you're right. I think it was the right decision putting the higher rated rapid player Hikaru on board 1, Fabiano to kind of go for some fresh meat, get some kills on board 2, and right now it's working for Team USA. Okay, well, looks like Hikaru's going to hold this. We'll let him relax there in that streamer's chair. There's a few other games still going. By the way, Maria Muzichuk, huge shout out. She did hold this game. Again, if you missed it, we were calling for not resignation, but h6 was a blunder earlier in this game by Muzichuk. It's total blunder that she missed this move, bishop takes f6, followed by the tactic with queen f5. White's attack was rolling, but it was this missed opportunity for d6 that ended up giving black the draw here, where suddenly king f6 shocks the world, and she ends up getting the perpetual check. So huge shout out to Muzichuk, who proves us wrong. We thought Humpy Canero was about to go 2-0 on the day, but she does not.
And we have 2 games left in this matchup. So we have the Adiban game against Jorge Corey, as well as the Hare Krishna game against Firouzja. Both games looking interesting. And look at this position for Adiban from the black side. Finally, it looks like he's trying to break through. But then you look at the A-pawn. So is White's king in danger, or is that A-pawn going to queen? And it's been a mixed bag all game.
I was hoping you would give me an answer. Is White's king in danger, or is the A-pawn going to queen? Maybe it's both, right? Maybe White's king is in danger, but the A-pawn queens anyway, because if black has to guard e6, okay, he does so with the king. Is the A-pawn just too fast? Whoa. G4 played to go for mate because of G3, but the problem is what's next? Here comes A6.
Right, but if you bishop F3, rook H1 checkmate is looking pretty good too.
I was kidding. But bishop f3, you know what you have? Just rook g2.
Oh, that's so nasty.
You just give up the rook, and the A-pawn is too much. You know why? Because A1 is guarded.
You also have just rook A1, I guess. So we're getting fancy for no reason.
Well, we try it. Knight b4, by the way, is designed to meet bishop b4 with bishop f3 because there's no longer rook a1. But maybe then my rook g2 idea comes in just to show you the line. If bishop f3, rook g2, and the trade happens, you get b4, still doesn't matter. White wins, a7.
That's right. So it looks like Jorge Corey, I told you, don't overlook this guy. He was the highest performer at the 2018 Olympiad. And despite maybe his lower rating in rapid chess, this guy's dangerous.
Well, and those who see that little logo next to his name, we see some people commenting on it. A lot of these players play actively in the Pro Chess League, and that is a Chicago Wind logo there. He's one of the top performers in the Pro Chess League, which is probably the most comparable thing to what the FIDE Chess.com Online Nations Cup is. It is, I would say the Pro Chess League is more like Premier Soccer / Premier Football, whatever you call it, in that it's club teams, not necessarily country-based, but still the best players in the world playing in a team event, rapid time controls. So Jorge Corey, there's a reason he is a free agent acquisition for Chicago, because what he's doing right now on the board.
And it looks like the world team is actually about to score a win. I thought that this team would struggle throughout this Online Nations Cup because they are rated lower than many of the competitors here. But with Maria Muzichuk surviving against Humpy Canero, and Ali Reza Firouzja also looks like he's about to survive against Hare Krishna, it means that, hey, Jorge Corey is the hero that they needed.
Yep. We're going to show again just how awesome, not to say that A8 Queen isn't winning, but Bishop takes D5 is the kind of technique that just kills you, right? Because now when you get the queen, you immediately win the knight on A2. So Jorge Corey getting the job done. I expect Adibon, he doesn't resign, but now Bishop takes A2, and he might, because you don't even have to get a queen. You can just take, and there's no way to stop A8 Queen coming. Okay. He goes the old-fashioned way. We're going to go over to Ali Reza Firouzja here. Assuming we see, let's just see Corey stop the mate and deliver the goods. I assume Queen F8. Yep.
Yeah, only one side can stop the checkmate, and he's stopping the checkmate by delivering a checkmate of his own.
My favorite way to stop mate. That's my favorite way.
Well, I'm glad that we can see it unfold then.
It's so funny he knew that, you know? Anyway, jokes aside, Bishop F7 played, about to checkmate. Again, just to quickly show the position, just so you know we're not ignoring it. It's not that we don't want to look at it, but as we said, it's not nearly as exciting. Going to be a draw right now, being held by Firouzja very nicely.
And you want to know why that's a draw, Danny?
Let's show.
The H pawn, the H8 square, the light square bishop.
Dun dun dun. By the way, the checkmate did happen on the board. No, just resignation. It was made in a couple here. So now we're back to this game, and.
But this is why I always highlight this, because the problem for white is you would try to play bishop f3, like pawn, bring your king in, but I can, even if we trade the queenside pawns, as long as I take your e4 pawn, I can lose my e5 pawn in the process. King against pawn on h4 and light square bishop is a theoretical draw. I sit my king on h8. You cannot kick my king out of the corner.
Yep. Again, so if you visualize that, everyone, we talk about it a lot, because in advanced endings that are close, when the best players in the world are duking it out, you get these bishop endings where you have to always think ahead. Is the corner pawn a winning chance or not? And this bishop could eliminate itself for only, actually, this bishop and these two pawns could eliminate themselves for only these two pawns, and it would still be a draw, which is why this should be pretty straightforward. So this is the second to last game going in the round. Jan Nepomniachtchi is still trying to push over here, as he should, for Team Russia. They are losing to Team USA. But likely Hikaru holds this, and Team USA gets the dub.
And, Team USA making that 2 points out of 4, right? It's 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw, 0 for a loss. They did lose the opening round. No, wait. They tied, excuse me, so they'll have 3 points. They tied Team India, so they'll go to 3 points at a positive 4, but Team China on 4 out of 4.
Indeed. The Team USA, I mean, looks to be in fine form. Obviously, China's the favorite. They're the only team that's going to get 2 Ws on the day. It's already happened. But Team USA has not looked bad. I don't know which one to focus on. We're showing Hikaru draw here against Jan Nepomniachtchi. We've also got Ali Reza drawing in this game here against Mantala Hare Krishna. Kind of keeps showing it from the black side, but there we go. We've got this game going to be a draw. Hare Krishna doesn't have enough.
No, that king, look at the king on c3. It would love to just inch forward. c4 is cut off, b4 and d4 all taken out of white's control. And if you try to go over to a3, then black will put the bishop on b5, saying you're not getting through to a4.
And he might just sit on a6 and b5 from now until kingdom come anyway, right? It guards c4 along with the pawns doing their job. There is no entry point. And as you said, if the king comes around, we'll just stick on this new diagonal, the e8, a4 diagonal. So, I mean, if we're trying to think, you know, if we're trying to think like Stockfish here, you know, hashtag craziest bishop ending of all time versus Komodo. I'm always thinking there's a chance. What is the way this king simultaneously threatens to get in? And yet you're able to hold on to both the I think the way, Robert, is eventually you have to sacrifice the h-pawn and hold the e-pawn. Like, if I was just coming up with a fantasy way to win, it would be to guard e4 with bishop f5, leave this pawn. Okay, he doesn't, but I wonder about that. I wonder if there wasn't some idea of giving up this pawn to kind of create some entry over here. Probably just too slow because black is going to trade off, but that would have been maybe the last chance idea.
Now you just play a4 instead of bishop e8 and just immediately a draw. But Hare Krishna is clearly, you know, he's disappointed in himself. I mean,
you just a4 here and force it all off. Okay. Yeah.
It's such a good end game from the start of that. I mean, if you just go back to when that rook was on b3 and black had those double isolated pawns, missed opportunity for him and for Team India.
Yeah, I mean, but you said it yourself, though. I mean, yes, optically it's much better for white, the bad pawns, right, the weak structure. But as you said, Fallujah knows how to defend this stuff, and even though it optically looked bad, I mean, white never had a clear knockout blow, right?
Well, I didn't like white's 49th move, bishop to d5. I mean, if you go forward, like this, you keep going forward.
Yep.
Here, like, why give up the a4 pawn?
Play b3.
And the pawns on the king side for black are on, you know, light squares, so it feels like there could be an issue over there. I think b3 was a better try, but maybe I'm misevaluating.
Maybe c4 would have been played there, and you're still trading and entering with the king into c5 and b4. But okay, no, I mean, I agree. I guess I was trying to back up your initial evaluation that though optically it was always going to be better for Hari, it was never going to be clear. But all right, it's clear we have one more game to focus on, so we head back over here. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru doing his thing, making John Donaldson, team captain, look good for putting Hikaru on board one to face the giants of each team, while Fabiano really gets to focus on getting some W's on board two, and he has done that.
But it is a strategy that can really backfire if your board two is not performing up to you know, the strength that you need for victories. But Fabiano Caruana, you know, both games say a similar vibe where he was better, he pressed, his opponent got in time trouble, and he secured the full point.
Well, we still got a lot more to come. We're obviously going to see what happens here for all 16,000 plus of you. Don't go anywhere. We will have interviews pretty much right after the chess finishes up here. So I won't say who yet because things sometimes change, but we have so many of the world's elite players, people you don't get to hear from too often. So don't go anywhere. We're going to have an interesting interview right after the last round wraps up, probably even without a break. So stick around. It's been a great first day here to the FIDE-chess.com Online Nations Cup. And I think it's going to be a great first day for Hikaru if he holds this.
And Jan has to play on. I think that if this were an individual event, Jan would say, all right, you've defended really well. Let's just call it a day. But when, you know, the team's result hinges on your individual game, you have to play until the bitter end. Because, I mean, sure, at some point, tie breaks will play a part. So you don't want to lose a game like this. You don't want to go all in. But you do need to try. And if you have any chance whatsoever to win this game, to even the match, you have to go for it.
Right. Especially because it's a game, right? It's our job as commentators to point out the most logical result, even if sometimes that's maybe talking about a draw that people don't want to hear. But it is still a game. And the reason the game has to be played is because time is part of the game. You know, people make mistakes under time pressure. So you're not surprised to see Jan continuing to push here, but it's getting harder and harder to find that wiggle room. We see Hikaru kind of just not really sure what Jan's going to do.
There's no real way forward, and maybe Jan will play for e4 just to try something, and eventually he'll have to. Otherwise, we'll just make a draw by no pawns moving, right? The 50 move rule that we discussed earlier. So e4, you know, that's going to be an idea, but as soon as you play e4, I just capture on e4. I can throw a knight g5 check in if you take with the king on e4. And I'm just not really seeing how to press, but that's the way you do it, is by pushing. There it is, e4.
Yeah, and he goes for it. Plays e4. So Jan's going to make sure Hikaru has to hold this. And one of the other reasons why you wait as long as you can before you play e4 is this isn't trying to avoid a 50 move rule. It's because often what can happen is that your opponent lets their guard down, or they've played the same position so many times they think you're literally just passing the time, and they don't know maybe an idea you already spotted long ago about e4 that gives you winning chances. So now you can see the behavior, right? So Jan gets e4. He might have known that e4 has a couple swindles in it 25 moves ago, but why play it early, right? Get your opponent under some time pressure, emotionally exhaust them a little bit, right? And then play e4 when the chances of them blundering goes up.
And one of the things that Hikaru has to continue to think about is after a d takes d4, knight takes d4 scenario, is white at some moment thinking about d4 to d5, sacrificing a pawn to punch through a passed pawn? In endgames of this nature, it's often about pawn quality and not pawn quantity. It's a phrase I use often, and this is a great example of that. By playing d5, you give up a pawn, but to get that c5 pawn become a passer.
Yep. Well, and the other idea is there's also ideas of taking on c6 and having two passers if the timing was right. Of course, super risky because if a knight recaptures, you're almost always going to lose your b4 pawn. But that's also an idea, right? And again, the point is probably nothing should come of those things, and probably black is more than fine. But you do it with an opportunity now that your opponent is under time pressure. You're trying to create an opportunity for people to blunder. That's the goal.
And Hikaru plays check and goes knight to e6. So, this is more or less what we assume was going to happen. But now knight to c3. And then I think after knight c3, black is almost forced to play knight to c7, where you are stopping d5 while protecting b5 pawn, because otherwise there will be that d5 move, which undermines the defense of that very essential queenside pawn.
Yep. And I'm already looking at things on c6 with d5 here soon. Not to say they should happen, but those are the kind of things you're always looking at in this position now, seeing if there's a trick.
Right, and I think the trick actually is in black's here. So knight c6, knight c6, d5, knight takes b4, de6, and there's king f5.
And the pawn falls because e7 is met by knight d5 fork.
Yep, so black can hold that way.
Very nice. Hikaru leaning back, once again, feels like everybody has a more comfortable chair than I do.
Don't worry, I'm in the same boat as you. And Hikaru, he knows that this game should be a split point, but you don't want to relax too much. As you were hinting at, you get in this comfort zone, and then you've been defending for a while, and it's now move 102. It's been a long game of chess. So Jan's going to continue to try, but Hikaru, you just look at his face. He knows. He's well aware this is a draw.
Well, and we still have almost 17,000 of you with you. There's your shout out, Kevin Worrell, for subscribing. I'll give you your shout out since Nightbot didn't. Shout out to the chat everywhere. YouTube, Twitch, our most active, of course. Chess TV. We've seen Super Space Monkey here all day. Many others. Mixer, Periscope. That's Twitter for those who don't speak it. And Facebook. We are broadcasting live to all of you, as well as those tuning in from the official FIDE YouTube channel. So welcome to Chess.com's production here of the FIDE Chess.com Online Nations Cup. And if you're tuning in over at the FIDE channel, head over to youtube.com/chess. Give us a sub there as well. And be alerted next time we go live.
For sure. And knight c7 played by Hikaru and king f4. So I don't know where that king thinks it's going, but it wants to slither its way into the position. So, if you play knight d8 to e6 check, and then king to e4, your knight will have to retreat to protect the c6 pawn. And then I have d5. So you have to be careful about how you maneuver your knights.
But this is a nice move. You're hitting b4 and you're forcing the hand. Either white has something or you're retreating.
Yeah, and after knight a2, it's a sad retreat.
Yeah, and then you go back to c7, and we're right back where we were. d5 is held. If you come back to c3 to get this pressure you're talking about on d5 and b5, I come right to b4. So this is kind of one of those show me or go home positions now. Jan is either going to do something to try to do one last chance at glory here, mix it up in the time pressure, or I think we're going to see a draw.
Yeah, and there's only so much Jan can do with the pawn structure. It is the d pawn, the only one that can push, and Jan just, he plays knight a2, and he's like, I have to make this move, and
frustrating when you have to play knight a2.
And kind of begs the question: was this choice by Yan? We saw him win a very nice game against Wang Hao in the candidates, where it's a
Right.
similar vibe of like just there's tension, and then eventually he was able to maneuver his pieces through and secure the full point. But in this one, Hikaru Nakamura has so much experience on both sides of this position.
Yep.
I wonder if he regrets playing into it.
Yeah, and on the one hand, I guess he would argue afterwards he was, in control throughout. But like you said, being in control but playing against someone who knows these positions, as we've already mentioned a few times, right? Hikaru won in this line versus Magnus Carlsen very recently, and now playing with Black, he never really felt like he didn't know what he was doing, right? And now Black is fine. Black could consider F5 here, and then Jan has to start backing up, right? I mean, if you block on F4, I give a check on E6. So if Black wants, he could play F5 here. Hikaru's giving a bit. I know Hikaru's body language as well as many people, and I don't want that to sound inappropriate at all, but I do. Hikaru thinks Jan might have given him something a little bit here, and likely it's a draw still, but.
Yeah, and he plays that move because if he can get his knight to D5, like here, knight F7 check.
Jan comes in and Hikaru takes a peek as he should, because now he gets two knights checking. The king has to go back. And who's better?
Black is better now because the knight on D5 active, the knight on A2 passive. And now the king can even come to D7 to protect the pawn at C6, and then you bring your second knight into the game. Yeah,
I could tell. And when the body language changed, the facial expressions changed from Hikaru there a few moments ago, and I could tell he smelt a little bit of blood in the water.
He rolled up his sleeves. He's getting ready for a win here. And, this win is really Jan's loss because...
if it happened, I mean, Jan can still hold, but Jan, I mean, now he's shaking his head as he should. Look at the knight on A2 is suddenly a donkey, right? Being held back.
Yes. And it's really just comes from the team situation. Jan misplayed it because a draw and a loss are the equivalent result for the team. So you have to tip your cap to Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's saying, hey, I mean, even a personal defeat here, if that's what it takes to even try to win the game, then so be it. Here, F4 check, followed by King F5. And that's the problem when you play for a win in a position that really doesn't call for it. You just kind of lose pretty quickly. Hikaru did nothing to, he did a great defense. Let me frame it that way. And he was able to stave off any pressure that Jan had, but he did nothing to win this game. Jan was just like, hey, I'm not drawing this game because the draw is a team loss. So here you go. Here's a free point.
No, and you do tip your hat to Jan from that perspective because he did what he was trying to do. And we talked about when D5 comes, it hopefully comes with tricks. But the moment knight A2 came, suddenly you're looking at it and realizing the board is kind of split, right? If you go back to this position, the board is split. And you kind of have a king and pawn ending where somebody's up a pawn. And with that, now we see what's happening, right? White's forces being pushed back. This pawn now might be falling, but it's only because Black has made breakthroughs elsewhere, including the passed B pawn that's about to run up the board. So wow. Super impressive from Hikaru, but also, as you said, it's also very much just Jan's loss here, right? Not taking anything away from Hikaru, but I think you highlighted it well. Jan probably really made a bad choice here, trying to get a win against Hikaru in this line. That might not be something people try to do very often in the future.
Yes, and for Jan, I mean, he went for it. But also, I have to give even more credit to Hikaru. He found F5 check, and he found it very quickly. And then Jan's position just collapsed instantly. So it was a one-move situation there. And Hikaru Nakamura, I think a draw was a great result. And two draws there with the black pieces. But scoring a victory, I mean, that's going to make him very happy.
Knight to E6 now has a dual threat. The D4 pawn and the G5 square are under fire. Of course, it also protects the F4 pawn. It's almost just like a perk. Here comes now, White is retreating everything, and once C6 is no longer under fire, that means this knight is free to do better things. Knight F7, Knight G5 might be among those things. I'm super impressed here by both Hikaru. By Hikaru's play overall today, drawing Vichy as Black, probably winning this one here. And Team USA.
And in comes Hikaru's king to e4. This is just making headway here for black. All your pieces are not activated. There's still chances for white to hold because king e4, knight to b4. You're hitting the c6 pawn, keep the knight stuck on d8 for the time being. And then you do have the ideas to push your d pawn, right? To sacrifice the d pawn. I mentioned this a long time ago when white still had a pawn on b4. But this is looking like it should be one that Hikaru is going to
a little bit of desperation there with d5, going to try to make the c pawn pass. The problem is the knight on e6 guards c7 already. So even when you play c6, there is no next move. So black can use his extra pawns. d4, probably the response here from Hikaru.
But Danny, remember that 2 knights against a lone king is a draw. So
that's true.
If somehow white is able to sacrifice both knights for those 3 pawns, the game is still a draw, which is very frustrating when you're up 2 full pieces.
Yeah. Hikaru given the vintage look number 9 over the shoulder, not super happy with the development there, but I think he still knows he's better. It's still a confident look. He did decline a draw. We saw chat going nuts, and if we talk about the fact that Jan pushed a draw in endgame to win because a draw just wins the match for Hikaru. Obviously, we think Hikaru is still going to win this, but is there any kind of match? Does that make you nervous if you're the captain, Robert, if you're John Donaldson? Like, Hikaru, I know you're winning here, but just take the draw. Just get the team the W.
Not in this position, but there have been moments in Olympiads past where players in a situation that teams up 2-1 have lost just great positions. But right now with white has 1 pawn remaining in the 2 knights. I said 2 knights against a lone king is a draw. So all black needs to do to make a draw is go knight takes c6 at some moment and then say, okay, good luck.
So it's fair. And I would argue, too, as a team captain, you want your players in good form. And partly being in good form is when you let them convert winning endgames, right? So even if a draw wins the match for the team, you could argue at this point it's early on in the event. You're playing to win the war, not every battle. And I think you're okay with Hikaru pushing this position for a win. Even though a draw secures the victory, because you want Hikaru playing his best chess as the event goes on.
And Hikaru's been playing great chess. We have to give him credit because he scored that draw with black against Vichy. He held a pawn down position. He's now not just holding a position against Jan, but Jan went all in, and Hikaru said, all right, I'll take that full point. And I guess we're being told that players earn more the higher they score.
Too. So that's a fair point from the official chess account there, which makes sense. The players also earn more money depending on their overall score. So Hikaru is motivated individually as well, which I really like that idea of having the players. Obviously, the team is secured a certain amount of prize money, but the players are almost given performance bonuses. Back when I was in the NFL, they gave me like a touchdown bonus for every season.
Well, then I applaud Jan even more, actually, because he not only did he just give up a result, he gave up money for his team. Like, think about that. He could have made a draw at any moment, but recognizing that his team needs a win, he's played out to over 100 moves, and now he's going to lose this game. So, some will say, oh, that was a silly risk. Now he's just losing money and he's losing the game, but he's doing it for the team, and I have to give him some serious props.
Yeah, agreed totally. Your hat goes, your hat tips for Jan. Unfortunately, it's going to come with a loss here. I mean, b4 looks good while your king is still shouldering the other king, right? You don't even let him in. Probably king c3 maybe still win, but I think just b4 first.
Yeah, king c3, then knight a5 is so useless.
Yeah, I guess the main point is if king to e5, okay, the d pawn I think is just too fast for anybody. I think that's the main point. King e5, d4, king d6, d3, king takes, d2. Here comes the new lady. Donna is dancing on d1.
And you can always hide your knight on a8 if you don't want it to be captured, which is funny.
Right. Yeah, king c3 might even force Jan's hand. He plays knight to b7. He's coming up with some final tricks, perhaps, but I'm not sure what they could be.
Also, board points are the first tiebreak according to the chess account, which means that this actually was a very bad decision by Jan.
Oh,
Like,
interesting. So this is
I give him props for playing for the team, but now I'm
Yeah,
like,
but
wait a second.
yeah, you give him props for playing for the win as a team, but then the more you think about it, the more you're like, kind of what I was saying, Robert, about the reason you're happy Hikaru got a win and not just draw is because of the big picture. Like for Jan, both from a chess perspective, he should have been a little more patient, and from really the team perspective, it didn't make sense to go too all in here.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess he was just frustrated with Hikaru playing stubborn defense all game, and you're like, I should have a way through. Where is it? Where's my breakthrough? Not happening. But he knew the game was drawn for
Yep.
50 plus move, more than that. And so now I'm starting to question a little more, but I'm still, Hikaru Nakamura has played a great day of chess, and he is going to.
Yep.
Is this knight c5, b3, king d5?
He gave the head nod that he calculated it out. That's a critical one. I think knight c5, b3.
The king e5.
Knight takes king e5, king c4, king d6.
No, king e5 first.
So the question
B3,
is,
king e5.
Wait, is knight e6 a move here?
No, I just take it on my c pawn queens.
Oh, duh. Sorry, I was only focused on removing the knight from the b pawn. Yeah. King c4 looks great.
Yeah, he's going to go win the c pawn, because that other line, if you played b3, then white starts with king to e5, which is a very important
Yeah,
tempo.
the main point is b2 is met by knight a4 check.
And then black no longer wins.
Yeah, that's critical. So, but in this line now, the two pawns are gone. Hikaru secured at least a draw for sure. John Donaldson breathes easy. You can hear it all the way from the Bay Area.
And it's just winning at this point.
Yep.
The two pawns with the knight endgame, completely winning for Hikaru. He knows it, Jan knows it, and it's just a few more moves until we see, not handshakes,
Yep.
definitely not handshakes. We see a resignation.
Yeah, a frustrating result for Jan, for Team Russia. They will finish with a draw and a loss and a lost match on the day. China will be in first, with the only team getting 2 match victories, USA in clear second, and the rest of the teams fighting it out after day one. But as we already said, Hikaru is going to focus on converting this, but we are not converting this show just yet. There will be interviews after this. We'll talk about some of the highlights and the lowlights, so don't go anywhere. We're going to see Hikaru get the job done here, but there is more chess to come.
That is true. No more rounds today. The same time, same place tomorrow, but don't go anywhere, because do you know our guests, or you're purposely teasing it so I don't even
I
know?
do know our guests, and I'm perfectly teasing it.
Okay. Well, appreciate that. I thought we were communicating with one another.
We're communicating psychically. You just got to open the brainwaves, buddy. By the way, we got more than 18,000 people right now, so apparently they like when we have a couple of super GMs finishing the show out. Jan is going to resign. You saw that look. Indeed, a frustrating way to go down here, but the position is lost because the king cannot stop the b pawn, and the knight is married to the d pawn. So b3, b2, b1. That is all she wrote. And again, just what a day for Hikaru Nakamura. What a day for Team USA, making the right call there. Fabiano and Hikaru are getting it done with the 1-2 punch there. And your thoughts, Robert?
Hikaru Nakamura, great defense with the black pieces, and that's what you need from your top board. It's not about all the wins, and that's what I think people make the mistake in chess, is about fending off your opponent so that your teammates can do the rest. And Fabiano Caruana has 2 points, both wins with the white pieces, where he pressed and squeezed those victories. But my real impressions are about Team China. It's just the U.S. had a good day, but China had a great day. Their women winning both games against some very tough opponents, and from top to bottom, the team is so strong that there's not a single weakness there. I don't know how teams are expected to beat the team from China.
Well, since you foreshadowed it with finally opening up your psychic brainwaves, I'll let you know as we bring up our schedule here and remind everybody of the entire week that will be the FIDE Chess.com Online Nations Cup. The interview and guest we will be joined by is none other than reigning women's world champion, Grandmaster Zhu Wenjun, who has been very patient as she won her game more than an hour ago, roughly, I think. And she had a great day. Obviously, only one game, as Hou Yifan played in round one, so we're going to have her in just a moment. But get your tablet out, get your notebook out, your smartphone, as some of you still use those old school kind of handwritten calendars. Either way, we're giving you the info and mark down the schedule. Shout out also to our moderators helping out. Anybody looking for the complete list of games can go to go.chess.com/ONC. That stands for Online Nations Cup. All of the games in the entirety of the event, the PGNs will be available at go.chess.com/ONC throughout. But because she probably won't be available for too much longer, we need to jump right in with Zhu Wenjun. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, hi. It's nice to be here.
Zhu, can I ask you that you didn't play round one? Hui Fan stepped in and played there. Were there nerves for you watching her in the initial stages of that game? She was black against Maria Muzichuk. It was a little bit of a rough start, but she held on. Were you nervous at any point for Hui Fan?
No, it's a long game. So for me, just watched some of the games, and after E4, I think her position is fine. So I think it's great after that. And I mean, rapid also it's very unclear. So I don't worry too much.
And your game in the second round here was a really nice one-sided game. Did you just feel like you had the pressure from start to finish? And of course, she ended up losing her knight. But where did she go wrong?
Well, I think she underestimated the b4 knight is in real danger, because after e4 and a5, the b4 could be captured with queen, and I think she's trying to create some counterplay in the king side, and well, it's really a little bit unclear for me, and but okay, it's a piece still is too much.
So you said, we brought up the boards you were talking about, that you felt that a combination of maybe overestimating the value and the strength of the knight on b4 and just underestimating its vulnerability, right? The backfire. F4 seemed like a very strong move from you to hold the e5 idea.
Yeah, because after that, my position is really very easy, and also had some good plans for me. And so I think right now she's already very difficult to play.
Okay, and obviously you executed well. We were looking at the position, anticipating knight c5, and indeed you found it. And like you said, the piece was just too much. So let me ask. I mean, we can talk more about the X's and O's of this game, but as you said, it was kind of a clean win from here. We'll let it play out. How are you feeling about your team's chances? A lot of people looked at Team China as the favorite coming in, and you guys have started out on the right foot. You won both of your matches, and do you see your team as the favorite as long as you do what you think you're supposed to do?
Well, for now, Chinese team is leading for now, and I think all the players have a very good performance, and I hope we can continue this good performance. And I think every team is very strong, and before this round, I think I mean it's very, very difficult, and it's not to say who is in the favor.
Yeah, I want to ask you a quick question. Did your team prepare together? I mean, your team is, of course, very strong. And, what was that like? Before the event actually started, what was the team chemistry and camaraderie like?
Oh, I think all of the players, we know each other many years, and we have we know each other, and we have a very good team spirits, and for this rapid tournament, I think everybody just really enjoy in chess, and so far you can see that we have a good performance.
How important is that? I think a lot of people wonder. Again, we asked these questions during the Pro Chess League, and it's natural to ask here. You've obviously played on the China Olympic teams, and I think people wonder, chess is such an individual game, right? It's just you versus Zogniedze today. But the team environment really matters, and it definitely seems to be one where China thrives. So how important do you think it is that you guys all get along, you prepare together, you've known each other for a long time? Do you think that makes you even better in these team events?
Well, I think for national team that our team member, just like other teams, that many players could their friends, and that they probably just working together, and I think that really like feel maybe less pressure before the game, and also my team member, my teammates, they are very strong, and really it's a very honor and pleasure to be in the national cup.
So it really helps that your teammates are super strong, and I'm sure they feel the same way about you, right? It really helps that you're a very good chess player in any
I
team
hope
event.
so.
Well, I don't have any more questions and any more comments really, besides just a congratulations on the day. Obviously, we know that you and Hoi Fan will probably be splitting the board 4 duties, and wish you the best of luck throughout the remainder of the event.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was Grandmaster Zhu Wenjun, women's world chess champion, who won in fine fashion there in round 4 versus Zognizi. So, remind everybody, while we have you, that the European Online Chess Championship starts in the middle of this month. This is the first event of its kind. Maybe going to be one of the biggest online events we've done really since the Fisher Random World Chess Championship last year. So much effort going into it, such a great cooperation we have with the ECU, the European Chess Union. And when COVID-19 struck us all, they reached out right away, and we began planning something that I think will be truly special. So if you're looking for an event that you can register for and get involved in, please consider that. Robert, as we head back here and take a look at the standings, your thoughts on what we saw. Although I think what I'm going to do is ask that we take a very, very short break, and when we come back, we'll give our final thoughts on what was an exciting day here, day 1 for the Online Nations Cup, a complete wrap-up in just a couple minutes. And we are back now, joined by the one and only Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. Goes 2-0 on the day. Fabi, congratulations on a great start.
Thanks, Jenny.
Were you on board? Did you have discussions with team captain John Donaldson about you taking the board 2 spot, Hikaru taking the board 1 spot? And give us any insight you can. Was there a discussion there? Did you guys talk a little bit of strategy, or is it just, hey, I'll play wherever you put me in, coach?
Yeah, there wasn't much of a discussion.
Okay.
I just told him that whatever he, I left it up to him, whatever he feels is best. I think that it's hard to say what's preferable. I mean, we're all very closely matched on the top boards, and that goes the same for the other teams as well. So it's not like I'm really playing lesser players on board 2, and I guess maybe it's slightly more difficult on board 1, but it's pretty much the same level.
And for today's rounds, I mean, you had a perfect 2 out of 2. Was it a plan for you to just get a games where you could squeeze and nurse the clock? Because both games had a similar trend. You had a slight advantage, you had an advantage in the clock, and both the games you were able to come out with the full point.
No, there wasn't much of a strategy. The first game, I was just trying to play as quickly as possible because I kind of had to use the restroom, and we're not allowed to get up during our games, so I was just trying to not prolong the game, but it ended up being a super long game anyway. So there was my strategy didn't really work out.
It backfires whenever you're thinking about the bathroom. But take us to that game here. When did you feel you had good winning chances? Robert and I have now looked at this game as much as any from round 1, and we really highlighted. We felt that Bishop G5 on move 85 was maybe a poor defensive setup, and that Vidit should have really tried to maintain the long diagonal for the bishop. But what were your thoughts? I mean, obviously we know you're in control. White's the only one who could win. But when did you really get a sense that you might actually convert this into the W?
Well, I thought that around this point it was probably 50-50, just based on the time. And of course, I have a more pleasant position, which should be a draw, but it's still very difficult for Black to make moves because the situation doesn't clarify anytime soon, unless he gets what he got, which is the 2 bishops against the knight, which is practically speaking a draw, because most of these positions take, I think, like 70 or 75 moves to actually convert. But that's assuming best play, and I think the general feeling by most players is that it's very difficult to actually win this. But it does help when your opponent is down to his last minute, and I had, I don't know, 7-8 minutes or so at this point.
Right.
The setup that he wanted to get, and he was trying to get, was the knight on G7, but he never fully got it. And somewhere it went wrong, that his knight just got trapped.
Right. So take us through that. I'm trying to head there to show everybody what was in your thoughts. So you're saying if Black can somehow get, the king on the G6 square and the knight to G7, that's kind of the ideal defensive setup. Is that correct?
The king on F7 and G6. Yeah, this is kind of ideal for him.
Okay.
So I don't even remember what I played around this moment.
You played bishop C2 check, and you never quite allowed it.
Yeah, I was trying to. I put my king on E7. How was it? Yeah, knight H5, and then I gave a check on C2, and then his king is on G7. His king's not on F7, and my king is on E7. And now he's kind of stuck with his knight not being able to go anywhere good. I mean, it can't go to F6, it gets pinned. And on G3 and H5, it's very, very shaky. So he's kind of boxed in now. And here I've started to feel like it's probably a winning position, but still wasn't 100% sure.
And I'm sure many of the fans would like to know, when was the last time you studied this endgame, or is it just something you studied a long time ago and it's stuck in your memory?
I've never studied this. I've never looked at this endgame.
You see, Robert, for some people, chess is just that easy. Okay? I'm trying to tell you that. No, I'm kidding.
I think it more comes down to laziness than some sort of strategy. I just know the basic general thing that Black's setup is best with them on G7 or on corresponding squares B7, B2, G2. But
that already teaches
completely cut off like this.
You're already teaching people a lot more about this endgame. Not me necessarily, but for the friends that are watching. No, I'm kidding. I'm learning a ton. And the point is, he eventually gets the knight to G7, but the king, never ideally placed, was eventually corralled into the corner. So Well, that set the tone for your day, Fabi. I mean, obviously, it was a huge win for Team USA. You guys snatched a stalemate from the jaws of defeat there, drawing the match versus India. And then you went on to convert this game versus Vladislav Artemiev. Tell me, I'm going to click through the moves here. You traded rooks on e6 and eventually won the pawn in the endgame. But when did you first get a sense that this might be a winning endgame here for White? Was it as early as the queen's coming off the board, or did Vladislav go wrong somewhere to give you winning chances?
I thought this is already should be winning.
Okay.
Because I don't see any counterplay for him, and his king is cut off. I'll slowly advance my king. And he can't, he would love to get his rook to b2, and then my king is cut off. But rook a2, I play rook e4, and I pick up his pawn first. Mm-hmm. So he had to let my king out to actually
what he did.
time down to the pawn. But then it seemed very straightforward. I mean, I'll play g4, king g3, advance my h pawn, bring my king over to the b pawn eventually. It just seemed like a hopeless position. I was very surprised he went for queen f7, because I thought I'm much earlier in the game.
Yeah, right here.
He could have taken on e1, which maybe looks a bit strange, but then he follows it up with knight d7. So now c7 is no longer hanging. And the knight comes to e5. I thought that his position is completely fine. Like, I was thinking maybe I'll trade queens, queen e4, and because I didn't like the thought of him getting knight e5 and then g5 ideas.
Right.
So I was very surprised he allowed me knight e6, because it looks like a kind of a free winning attempt. I don't know if Black is in trouble after knight e6, but at least White basically doesn't risk anything anymore and just has winning chances.
Right. Well, it's fascinating to see how you evaluate the endgame so quickly. I think it's instructive to note that really your understanding of the rook's position, the ability to both hold b3 and keep the black king cut off, was kind of the key thing that made you know that if you weren't winning, you at least had great winning chances, right?
That was my feeling. That I can't say with 100% certainty that it's winning, but it felt like I should win this endgame.
Yeah,
well,
from my end,
ahead,
I thought the final straw was when Black went g5, because I think that Black somehow needs the g5 square for the king in some lines. So I try to bring the king to h4, but I mean, I'm just trying to get a hold of the position on the fly here.
Well, I was thinking about it if he plays like king f7, king g3, but then I'll play h4 and try to get my king f4, g5. And very often he has to, I mean, his rook has to stay on like b1, let's say. I'll play king f4, and he'll have to start counterplay against like h4 or something.
Yeah.
I don't think he can wait passively and allow me to play g5, king e5, and things like that.
Got it.
But I'll probably still have g5 and eventually win this position.
So what would you do on rook h1 here then?
This isn't entirely clear.
I just thought that it was more stubborn to make you start pushing your pawns and create some weaknesses of your own than letting your king infiltrate as it did in the game.
Yeah, that's probably true, because after I got h3 and my king came over, it was very smooth.
Yeah.
Well, one question is, could you do the same idea you did in the game somehow, where the rook both unilaterally guards both h3 and b3? Is there a way to get the king running to the fourth rank and not commit to h4? Is that possible?
I could play h3 here, which is definitely a consideration.
Yeah, because then if he plays king g5, now you get h4 with tempo, and if he doesn't, maybe then you have this king f4 idea?
I'm not sure the tempo matters, because he is waiting anyway, and he'll wait for my king running before going behind the h pawn.
Right.
So you could consider king g5 here, and if king f3, then he'll maybe put his king on h4, where it's potentially very annoying. And h4 king f6, I still feel this should be winning, but my pawns are a bit weaker now, so I understand that this might have been a better try.
Okay. Well, super instructive stuff. Already very insightful to see how quickly you recognize the winning chances there, and as we said, ultimately it led to a 2-0 day for you. I don't really have a lot of questions. You answered all these specific chess questions. Let me just ask you, I mean, how are you feeling in general right now, playing another elite event online? You just finished competing in the Magnus Invitational, and are you feeling like so many serious events online, right? Big prize money in both of these events, opportunities to play the best players in the world. Are you guys feeling like among the world's elite, you're playing as good at chess as you would online, as you would over the board? Or are there still kinks that happen here in playing online events compared to OTB chess?
No, No, I think it's very different from over the board, and I have a feeling the quality is generally lower. That was my feeling during the last tournament,
Yeah.
during the Magnus tournament. My feeling was that the quality for all players was a bit under par. I mean, today I don't think I played badly. I was probably rushing a bit in the first game. It does feel very weird to play 25 mini games for me or online. I mean,
Yeah.
I just can't. I can't stop and think. It feels like an eternity, and
Right.
um, I mean, I just can't imagine that unless the game is like I'm presented with very serious problems right from the start, where I just have to burn all my time. I have this instinct to just blitz out all my moves. I
Right.
don't know if that's for other players.
Do you think
It
that's
is,
just what happens when you're on your computer? You're used to playing blitz when you're on your
Right.
computer,
Or
so
bullet.
it's hard to sit and play a longer game.
yeah, it might just be habit because I grew up as a kid playing 1 minute chess and online, so it was rare to even play a game that was longer than 3 minutes without an increment. So and there you're basically blitzing the entire game or you get flagged. Um, I had some experience during the Fisher Random World Championship where those games were like 45 minutes. So there was a
Right.
second time goal, and that was quite those were quite long games. Maybe at some point you start to adjust to it, but I still feel like I'm in that blitz mode.
Right. Well, blitz mode or rapid mode, you obviously got the job done today. Team USA is in clear second. What chances do you give Team USA? We know Team China's leading right now. A lot of people felt they were the favorite, but what chances do you give your team to take home the gold here, so to speak, in this event?
Yeah, I guess we might be slight underdogs. I mean, China is such a well-rounded team, and they have like a real powerhouse on fourth board. I mean, this is a great asset,
Right.
and so it is going to be tough. I also felt we were like maybe slight underdogs against Russia, but we ended up with quite a smooth victory. Okay, 3-1 is maybe a bit too generous because of course Jan had to push in the equal endgame, but it was quite a smooth match. So maybe I underestimated our chances of it. I mean, I really hope that we go all the way.
Yeah.
But it is tough. I mean, all these teams are so tremendously strong.
Yep.
Let me ask you a quick question about, I mean, you're speaking of your teammates and their games. How often are you actually looking at their games during your own game?
I think I look at them more than my own game. I mean, the first round the first match I was following them much more closely than the second one, because the second one they didn't seem like too eventful. I mean, Hikaru had this position where he's, I mean, the line that he loves to play, which is a little bit worse for black, but not too much is going on. And Irina's game was also like really uneventful. It seemed like she was a little bit better throughout the game. Okay, I checked it after the game, so, and I saw that there was this one moment that they both missed with rook takes a4.
Right.
But during the game, I didn't spot that moment. But usually I'm following them very closely.
Well, Fabi, this has been awesome. A pleasure as always, man, to catch up with you. And we'll be watching you closely, as well as the Title Tuesday, which just got underway. All of a sudden, I see a bunch of other top grandmasters playing. So for those fans in the chat who stuck around for this interview, you can stick around for that. Fabi, best of luck, man. Great to catch up, and maybe we'll catch up with you later on in the event as well.
Sure thing. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Fabi.
See you.
As we just said, the Title Tuesday is underway. So if you're not done yet watching elite level chess, I see Anish Giri, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, just to name a few, and go check out the Title Tuesday. Robert, this has been awesome. What an exciting day one. I don't even know what else to say. This has been a ton of fun. I can't wait to spend the week with you.
Yeah, and I also want to give a shout out to both Ju Wenjun and Fabiano Caruana for being so gracious with and generous with their time. It's always great to hear the thoughts of top players, and Fabiano stayed on for a very long time for that interview, probably longer than both he and we expected. But it's great to hear their thoughts. And as we go into Title Tuesday, sad for Fabiano if he's missing the first round and the event. But more serious Online Nations Cup to continue tomorrow. Danny, it's been a great first day, and I'm super excited for the week ahead.
Yeah, I selfishly got so much out of that interview with Fabiano. Just hearing him talk about the rook ending, his ability to evaluate and recognize very quickly where the winning chances would be, all those things. I mean, for those who are truly tuning into these shows to get better at chess, those are the kind of treats that you just don't get anywhere else. So, again, there's your schedule. Mark it down. For everyone who's been with us all day, working super hard behind the scenes, thank you so much. We're going to sign off now. Again, stick around. I think we're going to be rating Hikaru Nakamura, but we have the Title Tuesday coverage starting right now. The production crew putting together an amazing show here. Shout out to my producer and the team working so hard to make this show look awesome. And we will see you all week here for the first ever FIDE.chess.com Online Nations Cup. Join us tomorrow, round 2 at 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern sharp. For my partner, Grandmaster Robert Hess, we'll see you then, everybody.